to let others hear you. Okay, now we're unmuted.
Unmuted.
Hello.
Okay. Hi. Oh, that's right. I made a countdown timer.
Oh, I love this. Amma,
Thank you.
come look at the stream. Come look at the stream countdown.
Oh.
Is this her? Gola Geek?
Gola Geek. Yeah.
Gola Geek?
And she made the cool design.
Ooh.
Sure did.
Very good.
I mean, I borrowed stuff, but
So where do you see, sorry,
You're good.
where
So-
do you see
Hi.
how people are watching?
oh, that's a good question.
Not yet.
On Twitch, I think.
Oh,
Yeah, on
like a
Twitch.
follower.
That's why.
Twitch.
Yeah. So
Hey!
I'm her follower.
Yeah.
So yeah. So she's starting the stream right now. There's a countdown till I don't know if we're actually live right. I think we're live right now. Live and recording. Yeah.
Okay.
15 seconds. So we have Streamlabs open, which is our tab in one
People
window,
should.
and then I will have the stream open so I can keep an eye on
Okay.
it.
I'm one viewer. We got a viewer. I don't know where from,
We
but
have a viewer.
I love them.
Hello, viewer that is watching.
I think so. Yeah, it says we have one viewer.
It
Hello,
might
viewer.
be.
We love you. The
don't
second
know.
we find your name, we're gonna. Okay. Well, the world may never know. Can you guys still hear me? There we go.
Yes, we can still hear you. Okay, yeah, good.
My
I have,
computer did the
I
thing.
have the stream muted, but I have the
Dope.
chat open.
Okay. Okay. Yo. Chat. Okay.
Shrek memes are encouraged, but not. Okay,
Hi.
so for our
But we.
listener, no, I'm so
Hi.
used to radio.
Okay.
Okay,
We do.
would
We
you-
do apologize for the chaos.
Oh, I apologize for
Okay.
none of
We
it.
do apologize for the chaos.
Speak for yourself.
This is our first stream, getting set up. We got everything planned out.
Sure.
Okay.
Gala, would you like me to read out the chat rules for those while you're getting things set up?
Absolutely, because I have no clue what the chat rules are.
Cool. That's why I have it pulled up on my side. So hello all. I'm Nana. I'm here accompanying Gala on stream. This is mostly going to be her show because I have not had the chance to. Well, one, it's on her Twitch channel. Two, I haven't had the chance to binge watch all of Danny Phantom in the last 3 years. So
Okay,
for we're winging it.
1, 2, 3, clap. Okay.
Oh, well,
Just like the portal did to Danny.
I'm Nana, the one who's actually hosting and running the stream, who you get to see her beautiful face. That is Gala,
Hi.
otherwise
think
known
I'm
as
frozen.
Gala Geek.
Yeah.
Well, dang. That's
We're-
a shame.
On my end, I have a friend accompanying me. Her name is Lyrica. She's hanging out at my house
For a little bit at least.
for a little bit at least for the beginning parts of the stream. So while Gala is getting stream stuff set up, I'm going to read out loud the chat rules. So Gala Geek's chat rules. Number 1, be nice to one another. Number 2, if you're going to be not nice, at least be entertaining for me. Number 3, if I ask for the not niceties to stop, then please stop. Number 4, don't post extremely sexual stuff or violent stuff. Number 5, do not spam. And finally, last but not least, Shrek memes are encouraged, but not mandatory.
I take it back. You can spam as long as it's funny. Right, Twitter.
I'm going to send first message in chat. Hi, chat. Hey, it's the first
Hi.
ever message I've sent on Twitch ever.
Wow, that is the most beautiful thing I've ever seen ever in my life. And
This is probably a bad time to say that this is the first,
still frozen.
maybe it's the second stream. I think this is the second stream I have ever watched
There we go.
on Twitch. I've watched one other stream live on Twitch.
Oh,
I'm pretty sure it was a Holotones, a Holly Holotones stream, and I watched like 5 minutes of it as just like a guest because I've only had a Twitch account for like a week.
Hooray!
Did you send me that link for the stream? I don't.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Get to watch me panic. I don't know what happened in my background, so just look at Danny's face. It's good.
I can see you.
Oh, yay! Well, I had a background, so you didn't have to see my messy room. I brought props.
Yes.
Yes,
Oh, we love a good
yes.
props.
We have another SWAT street watch. Yeah. I don't know
Another
if I can swear on Twitch or not. Right, the Twitch. We're going.
The Twitch.
Okay. Hey.
Because I know I am watching the stream, so I might be the person watching the stream. But it also, when I had followed you, it didn't say you had a follower.
For a while there, it showed us two people.
Yes.
Oh,
so
there's
there.
two. Hello.
Oh, hello. There's another person in chat.
Yes. Another person? Where?
If you're comfortable saying hi in chat, say hi in chat. I'm just sitting here
Hi.
staring at my screen, trying to figure things out.
Yes. We apologize.
No.
We're trying to.
No
Everything's
apologies.
ready to
This is
go. We
no
just have to get the tech.
This is how stream setup goes. The first 10 minutes of any stream is always just
chaos.
shooting the breeze and
Yay.
chatting away.
Let's
Nice to see who's in the stream with me. No, I don't want to collapse it. I don't know if I can get that back. It's me versus technology all over again.
Oh, like that. Okay. I don't know how to copy this live stream for Twitch. YouTube makes it pretty easy.
I think I can probably send it. Give me just a second. I'm gonna use our D&D chat as a guinea pig.
Oh yeah. You know what would make this better? Levka.
Oh heck yeah. Okay, I got it.
Oh, perfect. Thank you.
Give me just a moment. I'm gonna drop this in a bunch of Discord servers.
Okay.
La
La la la la. La 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 la. La 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 la.
Nope, not in I just saw awesome cosplay. Sorry.
Yes.
I just saw awesome cosplay. I will not get distracted by Discord.
So I spent the past 2 days going through the my Tumblr backlog looking for like that West stuff. I never did find it, but by gosh, I know exactly when the Dan Apocalypse started.
When did that start?
It started in, I believe, 2016. Yeah, because 2015 there was no Dan Apocalypse, and then it was like boom, year after year after year. I was like, oh, we hit April. We're in April.
Yep.
There it is.
I'm trying to think when I actually made a Tumblr, because I lurked on Tumblr for like several years before I committed and actually made a Tumblr, and it was either 2015 or 2016, because I unfortunately was not there since the beginning.
Hey, chat rules.
Yes.
I used to have a Tumblr back in like 2012, 2011, somewhere.
Way back in high school, right?
Yeah. And then I left for a while and decided to get back into it around the same time you did.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. And joined up. And
yeah, the rest is history. Oh.
Twitter. Oh, it would be easier to do this. Sorry, clickety clack. The keyboard goes black, black, black.
It's ASMR. Streamer ASMR.
Okay, tweet.
I don't know what this upload progress is. Oh, there's 4 viewers.
Hi guys.
What do we call?
Hi.
What do we call the people that are watching? It's not dear listeners. I'm so used to like podcasts or radio.
We usually call ourselves the dipshits, but I don't think that's appropriate for the chat.
No, not us. I mean the people watching.
Let's see. I'm just gonna call them fans with the PhD.
Oh, okay.
I just PhD.
PhD. Pretty hot dude.
We don't have PhDs, but we are educated, I think. We did
I mean,
graduate.
I am a PhD. I am a pretty hot dude.
Yeah,
It's currently like
It's
90
true.
something where I am. It's fine.
it was beautiful here today. Like in winter, we're like -50 all the time, but today, beautiful 70 degrees, nice
Oh.
breeze.
I would
Yeah.
love that because it was so our air quality was
Ooh,
classified
that's
as
so
hazardous today.
Ooh,
And
goody.
yeah, since the 4th of July, we were classified as hazardous because of all of the fireworks smoke and also wildfire smoke and heat and not moving air. And it's fun.
Oh, okay.
It's
Yeah,
fine.
I believe it.
I was simply dying. It's okay. I'm always dying.
We were.
Good thing I'm a necromancer.
Oh, yeah.
I'm just
It-
lit.
it's-
It's okay.
It's not gay if he's dead.
It's okay. Oh my god, that was also from this fandom, wasn't it?
Yes, it was!
Oh my god, I forgot about that.
That was around the time of the pink pants, which we will be talking about.
Oh. See, the thing is, there's so much of this fandom that just lives as like sleeper agent memories in the back of my brain that I don't remember until something like comes across my dashboard or somebody says something and it like unlocks like deep core memories and I'm like, ah, yes.
I just. Yay, Grace! I love Grace.
Hello.
Ah.
Hello. Hello.
Okay.
Will you say something in chat? I'm good to go on my end whenever you are good. I have dropped the link in all of the chats that
yeah. Link. Oh no, I forgot to add tags. Gosh dang it.
Oh,
no, I'm not going to get Twitter.
Stream?
No, no.
Oh, are we? I thought I did tag. We might be an untagged stream. Like I said, first time I've done this. Tech is awful. Don't work in tech.
I thought you were. I
mean,
just heard,
we can just start.
I forgot tags, and I'm like, tags of stream or not?
Yeah, I don't know if I don't know.
We're streaming under art currently.
Yes. Under what?
Art is the little purple word tag.
Oh, yeah, that's
underneath.
what I put. Yeah. So I remember doing things, but I've been so sleep deprived that we could be just going insane.
Oh,
I apologize. Once more.
Apologies if I ask you to repeat things multiple times. I am like I can't hear well.
It's true.
So at least I can see your face, so I can read your lips. When I actually remember to like look at your beautiful face.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah. Pardon me. I'm going to blow my nose.
Oh, Neptunes Unite.
Going to mute myself while I blow my nose.
Oh boy. Okay. We're just gonna tweet that out. Okay.
All right.
Well, it's under Nicktoons Unite too, so okay. Well, Twitter and Tumblr have been notified. So, hello everybody, and welcome to the stream that will hopefully run much smoother from here on out. We pray. Hope and pray. Hopes and prayers, please. Wait. I can remember how to talk, guys. I swear.
That makes one of us. Listen, just tell me if I stop speaking English and I'll switch back.
You speak Nana-ish.
Yeah, I speak.
Well, hello, ladies and gentlemen of the internet. My name is Gala Geek. I am a Danny Phantom aficionado who probably who has a lot of information, who knows if it's the right information, but I have it. So welcome to our stream. With me today is my
Yes, say the words you're thinking in your brain.
my delectable friend, how to train your nana, also known as Nana Gray on Twitter, which I found out by tagging them in the Twitter posts.
I forgot I had a Twitter. Yeah. I don't know how to log into my Twitter. I don't think I can log into my Twitter.
That is just sometimes how it is. Okay,
I made
so
it
today.
Never figured out how to use it, and then never touched it again. And that was like 4 years ago.
Well, sometimes that's just how it be. Sometimes it's how it be. I love the fact that we have 3 people watching. I love you guys. Thanks for coming.
Oh, it dropped down to 1.
Oh no! Oh, no.
Listen, the numbers are just fluctuating. I don't think any of this is real, other than your voice speaking to me through the internet.
Oh, thank you. I sure try. So what we're going to be doing today is we're going to start with we're going to go through all of the Danny Phantom seasons and episodes, and we're going to kind of talk about the show in and of itself. And then after that, we are going to move on, and we are going to watch and basically comment on the Danny Phantom Iceberg by, I keep forgetting her name. I am so sorry. I keep forgetting your name. Because it's such a good video. Lace Forest. Yeah, you should definitely go. Let me copy that link. Copy link address and plop it into that diddly darn chat.
Ooh.
Yes, so follow that link. We're going to be talking about Lace Forest, Danny Phantom Iceberg, because I think it is a very good, very well compiled iceberg, basically, of the fandom, things that have happened. It's missing a few things, but, you can't get everything, and that's just how it is. Like, we'll probably miss a whole bunch of stuff, too. But we're thankful for you coming along with us for the ride. And then after that, we're just going to discuss kind of hopes for the future of the franchise, discuss theories. And then on July 18th, at the same time, we will be reading the graphic novel live on here. Super excited. We have release day delivery. And if it doesn't come, I'll go to Barnes & Noble and make sure we have a book. I've already ordered 7. So what's another one for the collection,
I'm very excited for it. I have to brush up on my voice acting.
Oh, yeah, you must.
I have to get my box ghost voice perfect.
You're not wrong. Everybody needs to do a proper box ghost.
Listen, the box ghost is fundamental to Danny Phantom, and I will not hear anyone besmirching my king.
Yes. He is best boy, hands down, has done nothing wrong, ever.
If you do not like the box ghost, you will catch these hands and these feet.
Yeah, exactly.
What about the box?
I have my kitty.
No, the boxes are inevitable. There will be no catching of boxes. The boxes will catch you.
So this is my kitty Snickers. She's going to be sitting here in the background, just kind of chilling. She has anxiety, like her owner. But she's a very good kitty, and she doesn't like to be on camera, but she likes to sit in here with us. So, I love you, baby. So, yeah. Door's closed. Dog can't come in. Okay. We also have a dog, so the door is closed because the dog will push her way into the room.
Yes.
Like another dog I know from a show we're talking about.
Yes. Cujo.
Oh, Cujo. That's actually, he was never named in the show, which is fascinating.
Okay.
I always thought that was his name. Like, that Danny says the name Cujo, and everybody just went, well, that's got to be it.
Huh.
Yeah. But no, apparently that's not his name. It was a reference to a book or something, and I'm just like, nah, it's Cujo.
Oh, that definitely flew over young me's head. Because I absolutely thought the dog's name was Cujo.
Yeah, you and everyone else.
Yeah, probably. It's probably one of those things that was a combination of every reference that flew over everyone's heads, and then fandom or fanon that became canon, or fanon repeated often enough that everyone just believes it or takes it to be canon.
Yeah. Sorry, 1 second. I'm trying to. Nope, that's not going back on. So I apologize. I was trying to put up a nice background so that you guys didn't have to look at my messy room behind me, but that's not functioning. So we're just going to roll with what we have. All right. In the meantime, feel free to download this adorable little thing I made that I'm very proud of. I am actually extremely proud of it.
It's
so
cute.
The background
thank
that
you.
I somehow survived the 16-year Danny Phantom hiatus.
Somehow, it's a miracle in the process. But yeah, you can download this little guy on Twitter, Tumblr. I think I posted it on both. If not, I will have them updated later. So yeah, let's get started with this. Hey,
We have some hellos going on in the chat.
hello. Excuse me. Hello.
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 I love you. Welcome.
Hello, Mind Turtle. Hello.
Hello.
Oh. My
Here we
brain.
go.
Dear listeners, my brain is 90% memes all of the time.
Aw, yeah. As it should be.
Yeah.
You should always have memes on the brain.
Yes. It's memes and puns all the way down.
Exactly. As it should be.
Yes.
Okay. So, yeah, we're going to talk about these seasons.
Alrighty.
Yeah. So let's start with
What a
episode
I'm
1.
so used to. Sorry, I'm responding to Gracie in chat, and
you're good.
I'm so used to addressing people as listeners through the microphone. I'm gonna heck this up, but it's fine. Chat.
Don't
That was
Google
my
mystery
question
meat.
earlier. It was like, what do we call the people that are listening to us on Twitch? Like, what's the general term that people call them? Is it like chatters?
The original air date.
The original air.
I'm
Oh my
old.
goodness, Gala, we're looking at looking at the original air dates for these, and that's wild to think about because I haven't actually looked at the air dates for.
Yeah.
Danny Phantom.
No, we're old. We're old.
Oh my goodness, that was
yeah.
19 years ago. That
Yeah.
was 19 years ago.
I believe I was 5th grade when it came out. Yeah, we were baby at that time.
We were
like
so baby.
Yeah, we were so baby. Yeah, so is Dustin wherever he's at. Oh.
Mystery meat, one of a kind,
Mystery
bonding. So you're definitely gonna take the lead on giving the synopses and sparking my memory because again, it's like songs. I can sing all of the lyrics, know all of the melody by heart. Don't ask me what it's called or who wrote it or who performs it. I don't know these things. I know the important things, which is the content of the stuff, not who made it, not who it's by, not who it's about, not what it's called. Don't ask me what things are called. I'm a chemist. I'll draw you a structure. Don't ask me what it's called. That's a bio thing.
Yeah. I kept dropping the porcelain dishes in high school, so I was banned from handling delicate lab equipment. Anyway, my awkward high school experiences aside, mystery meat. So it's our first episode. Its premise is Sam changes the menu at the school to be only vegetarian. And it's not even a good vegetarian. It's like they're serving grass on a bun, which I don't think is Sam's fault. But that's what they choose to do. So this ghost lady kind of comes in and she's like, oh, somebody changed the menu. And of course, Tucker, being just absolutely savage, tells her that Sam changed the menu. She goes nuts, kidnaps Sam, tries to murder Danny. let's see, flies off with a bunch of meat that the teachers had collected in the teachers' lounge, which, as we know now, that never would have been in the budget for teachers, but it is funny.
Yes.
Takes Sam down to the basement. Danny's like, oh, let's save her. And then they go and they get her. And the next day, Danny arrives at school, and Sam and Tucker are having a clash of the titans. They are going at it, vegetarians and meat eaters, because Tucker has never eaten a vegetable ever in his life, which I can respect personally. Like,
but you
know
absolutely should not do, because you will die. You will listen, bro. You will get so many diseases.
You need to eat something other than meat.
Yeah, you will have nutrient deficits, and none of the results of that are fun. The only way I could believe that is if his parents like made him absolutely like eat supplements all the time to compensate for the fact that he's not getting like half of the nutrients in his diet that he needs to survive and not get like rickets and such.
Honestly, I think his mom probably bakes his vegetables into all of his stuff. Like the one episode we see him having meatloaf, like she probably edited that.
Yeah, 100%. Well, that's how I got my...
Yeah.
So, fun little fact about my brother, he loves the taste of mushrooms, can't stand that it's a texture thing for him, that like he'll just like barf. So, I could get him to eat the mushrooms, and like he liked the flavor of like when you put mushrooms in hamburger gravy and stuff. I just had to just completely mince up the mushrooms and then cook them down so they were just in it. So you still get all the nutritional value, but you don't have to deal with any of the textures. So I 100% have done that with people before, of being like, yeah, no, it's meat, and there's definitely vegetables in it. Or, well, mushrooms are not vegetables, but...
I did try something similar with Dustin once, and he took one bite and went, this has vegetables in it, and left. And I was like, how did you know? Dustin.
Yes.
Little brothers.
Yes.
But yeah, anyway, they have a thing. Lunch lady appears, and she's like, and Danny goes, fights her poorly, and his parents basically grab Jazz, drag her away from a kid she's trying to therapeutize against his will. And she convinces him to give up on Ghost, and so Jack throws the thermos over his shoulder and hits Danny in the face. We should take a shot every time Danny gets hit in the face.
No, we will be drunk before the first episode is over.
It's true. He gets hit like 5 times an episode. Then after that, Danny's like, I'm going to be a hero. And then he immediately gets punished for existing.
Listen.
Having to clean up the entire. Yeah. So I'm gonna try and make these a little more concise moving forward.
Yes.
But yeah, it's the general gist of Mystery Meat.
Which is the general gist of the whole show. Yeah. Danny, I'm going to be a hero. The universe, and I'm going to make that your problem.
He rolled 1 nat 20 surviving the portal incident, and then immediately just rolls 2 to 5s. So, okay, so I'm going to be referencing, in our campaigns, we do this thing where if we roll a natural 1, instead of failing, we fail so hard we succeed, which is how I attribute a lot of Danny's successes as a character in general. So if I refer to a nat 1 as being a fail so hard you succeed, that's why. I think it's a much more fun way to play.
Yes. So for a little bit of reference, Gala and I play in the same Dungeons and Dragons group. Gala is one of my players, and I am the DM for our little nerd herd group. And session 0, we weren't even officially playing the plot yet. All of them rolled a minimum of 4 nat 1s a piece. And when the majority of the rolls that have been made over the course of the whole session, and this is not like, oh, we've only rolled like a couple times. We've rolled many, many times. When the majority of them are nat ones, you do have to do a little bit of restructuring of how you are going to play the game. Because if you don't, all of your players will be dead before the plot even starts. I
failed to see how that was my fault.
It was not. The dice gods just took one look at our party and went, ha, no.
I can't help that Levka has neurotoxins in her teeth and may have accidentally poisoned all the other characters.
Including herself. With different neurotoxin. That was the best part. Anyway, so
Yeah.
we
Don't design a competent character, guys. They will choose not to be.
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah.
So we play a much more loose version of the game where we
and it's a My Hero Academia AU.
It is the My Hero Academia Fantasy AU is what we play in, but we play a much more loose. We play a much more loose version of the typical Dungeons and Dragons rules. We default to the standard by the book rules when it's called for, unless we decide as a party to implement a house rule. And my kind of rule going forward is I'm fine playing by whatever rules as long as we agree to them ahead of time and stick to it and are internally consistent. So had a discussion with all of my players and be like, hey, all of you guys are going to die if we continue playing with a nat 1 as a failure. So are you fine if we if we change the nat 1 to also a success, but a success via failure, and change nat 2 to the new nat 1? And they said yes. I went, okay, this will fix things. And then they all proceeded to roll nat 2s.
That was funny.
It was great.
The only reason I ended up where I was supposed to be is because my character was riding on someone else's shoulders.
Yeah.
And I've only started 3 fires.
You've only burned down.
Speaking of fires.
Yeah, speaking of fires, are we moving on to One of a Kind?
One of a Kind, which is Skulker's episode.
All right. 1 minute.
Yeah.
I'm going to go on mute, so you go ahead and talk.
Okay. It's time to talk about purple-back gorilla genitals. I am so sorry. Okay, so One of a Kind. Danny is getting a D in his, I believe it's some sort of science class. I can't believe I don't remember. I just watched that episode. But yeah, he's getting a D and he's like, I can't get a D because Fentons only get A's, or in his father case, C minuses. So Danny's like, okay, what am I going to do? So he picks up some extra credit and starting the trend of Danny just never sleeping properly, like ever. He goes to the zoo every night to basically watch the gorilla because Sam is trying to fight for gorillas' rights, which I think is I think we should fight for more gorillas' rights because they are, because you saw what happened to Harambe. Like, existence fell apart. So, yeah, they go to the zoo and Skulker tries to attack and he is stopped, and then they go home and Jazz is trying to get her parents on her mother specifically on the cover of Woman Genius magazine. And so Danny comes home. They're obsessed with ghosts. Jazz. My favorite lines in the series are, don't you people ever knock? And then Jazz is going to kill me for that. I'm going to kill him for that. 2 of my favorite lines in the entire series. And then, yeah, basically Skulker appears, going to take Danny to the ghost zone. They kick his butt. Skulker gets attached to Tucker's PDA, which has Danny's schedule in it. And so he ends up being launched out of the room whenever Tucker's PDA goes, and, you know, all of that. Episode ends with them deciding that they are going to trick Skulker, and basically the purple-back gorilla destroys the mechanical mayhem, and he turns out to be itty-bitty little green blob, who's very loud and screamy. He goes into the thermos, everything is done. Danny's standing there, and the gorilla decides to show him her hoo-ha, and they are able to save the entire race of purple-back gorillas. and Danny is on the cover of Women Genius magazine. Take that how you will. But yeah, that is the general synopsis of One of a Kind. Since I don't think Nana's back yet, we're just gonna sweep right into parental bonding. That's the one with the dragon Dorothea. She comes through the portal, and she's like, wants to go to the ball, loses her necklace. Danny, trying to impress Paulina like a horny teenage boy, gives her the necklace while asking her out to the dance after having his pants fall down for the first time in the series. And then he gives it to her. Dragon attacks, stops the dragon. Sam wants to go to the dance. Nobody's asked Sam. So Valerie gets the short end of the stick because she gets dumped by Quan. And then Tucker just doesn't show up to take her. Like, I would have hurt Tucker personally. Like, Valerie, I'm a Valerie stan, okay? Valerie deserves so much better. But Tucker takes Sam to the dance. Sam and Tucker get there, and Danny's parents are the chaperones, because of course they are. And Danny has to try and keep his dad away from Mr. Lancer while trying to go on a date with Paulina. And Sam confronts Paulina, and Paulina shows her true colors, which is being a royal biatch, which we approve, slay girl. And yeah, Sam turns into a dragon, hilariously beats up Danny. He gets punched in the face a couple more times. And then, yeah, stops the dragon. Danny and Sam have their first kind of couple moment in the series. And credits roll. And yeah.
Hello.
I think hi.
I
just went straight into, straight into parental
No, this has been great.
Oh, good. So
you're triggering the you're triggering the core memories.
Good. I wish I had more visuals to go, but I can only share one screen at a time.
It's all good. We got the list.
Yeah. But what do you think of these 2 episodes?
The more that you were talking about them, the more of them I'm remembering, and like the first couple episodes were definitely the reason that I kept watching the whole rest of it, because they were all a good combination of like funny and witty while also setting up like your curiosity for like future things of like, oh, there's some deep lore that's getting dropped in very casual, like, oh, haha, funny moments, but it's like, wait, hold on, what?
Yeah, the natural progression of season 1 is masterful. And actually, upon rewatch, these are actually some of the weakest episodes of the season.
Which is saying something, because they're all bangers.
Yes. And then, of course, we are introduced to Technus and the Attack of the Killer Garage Sale.
Oh, was that just the 4th episode?
Yeah. That was the 4th episode. Like, when I say that after Splitting Images, like, every single episode is a banger, I mean every single episode of season 1 is a banger. Like, yeah, because Mystery Meat's a little shaky, but it gets its point across. One of a Kind, I love it. Mystery Meat, I'm gonna be a hero. Episode 2, I'm gonna hunt him for sport.
Yeah, we did. I completely forgot that we got Skulker in the literal 2nd episode, which is like, the juxtaposition of Danny, I'm gonna be a hero. Next episode, the universe assigns him a nemesis that's it's like, hey, you're gonna be dogged for the rest of your afterlife by this one person who's hell-bent on like hunting you for sport and mounting your pelt on a wall. Sure. Yeah.
That's not traumatizing at all.
Completely independent of the, like, Skulker doesn't care that he's a hero. It's just like, you're weird. I'm gonna hunt you for sport.
Yep.
Has nothing to do with hero villain.
Rook gets around fast in Amity Park.
What?
Oh no. Is that who I think it is? It is. Nana, look in the chat.
I can't see who's is it somebody that is talked in the chat?
Yeah, somebody left a message. Someone named Walter Wright.
Oh, okay, my chat must be lagging because I do not see that. I was wondering
Yeah.
who the other person lurking in our chat was.
Yeah. Yeah. I can only assume it's the only person I know who goes by that name in some way, shape, or form.
Hello, Walter.
Well,
Welcome to the chat.
I wouldn't be surprised if he made a Twitch just for this.
I would absolutely not. I would. That's almost 100% what he has done. And I wouldn't.
Hello, Walter. Right. I'm
Yes.
going to pretend to be friendly until I figure out that it's definitely who I think it is, and then, yeah, I might have to step away for a few moments.
It's okay. I'll just be here chaotically cackling and talking to you.
Actually, in his defense, I was almost certain he was just gonna walk in here and be like, "Hello, everybody."
Bold of you to
just
sit. Not his plan later.
It might be his plan. But anyway, let's ignore Little Brothers for a while and talk about Attack of the Killer Garage Sale.
Yes.
So Jazz is tutoring Dash, and Danny comes in, gets bullied, called a twink, and then basically Jazz says, "You have to be nice to my brother and invite him to this dance if you want to flirt with me ever again. Otherwise, I'll harm you physically." I mean, that's just the context I get.
Yes.
Context. Yeah. And so Danny goes down to the lab where Jack Fenton bungles one of his machines, and Danny ends up releasing Technus into the real world from the ghost zone. And Technus, he really is just here to live his best life until Danny goes, "Oh no, you're not going to use the technology in this lab to take over the world."
Yeah. Danny, that one is on Danny.
That one is complete. Well, it isn't the consequences of my own actions. Who would have thunk it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Danny does that a decent amount.
He really does.
Yeah.
Causes his own problems unintentionally.
Or intentionally. It's like, I'm going to solve my own problems, creates many more for himself and others, and then goes,
As we talk about it here, we also, from season 1 to season 3, we should also focus on Danny's mindset. Because at this point in the series, he has been told all of his life that ghosts are evil.
Yes, that is true.
So of course, a ghost coming out of the ghost zone is going to try to take over the world. That's what he's been taught. That's what he's been raised, to know. That's his general, je ne sais quoi, if you will. That's the wrong word.
It is interesting. So you bring up a good point, but that is an interesting shift to watch, like the Danny's growth as a character, and also like the narrative shift, focusing from like framing the ghosts as monster of the week occurrences of, they're just these things that show up that the hero that Danny is framed as is set up to fight, and then we defeat the bad guy, who of course is the ghost, defeat the villain, and then and then stuff is resolved episodically, and then it's on to the next monster of the week thing. And it's interesting. It's a interesting and cool narrative shift to watch from the beginning of season 1 to the end of season 3. The shift from Danny as hero because he is fighting the ghosts, who are villains because they are ghosts, to Danny is the hero because he is helping people who could be ghosts and could be living humans, and he is fighting the villains, which are whoever is trying to do harm to other people, which could be ghosts doing harm to other people, and it could be regular living humans that are doing harm to other people, as seen in like the guys in white, and Vlad, who's in a like weird thing, or like trying to think of some of the other like actually villainous ghosts. But it's cool to see the narrative shift from this black and white dichotomy of you are a hero because you are because you are this certain person or this certain species, and you are a villain because you are this certain person or this person specific species, shifting to, okay, no, you're a hero because of what you do, and you're a villain because of what you do. And also, like, neither of those things are static things, because you can start as a hero and end up a villain, and it is all down to your choices. And you can start a villain and end up a hero, and it is all down to your choices and what you do to yourself and to other people. And that's a cool narrative arc to watch.
Well, and to us, to viewers now, it doesn't seem like such a big thing. But at the time, a overarching cartoon was not normalized.
Like
Danny Phantom came out a year before Avatar: The Last Airbender.
Yeah.
That's the timeline we're talking about. Avatar had not come out yet and just shown that, hey, people will watch this. And unfortunately for Danny Phantom, Avatar just happened to be the blowout hit that it was. And there was just no way Danny Phantom, with the, not the writing, because the writing was fine, but with the circumstances that it had surrounding it, could have competed with Avatar: The Last Airbender at that time. Yeah. And especially there was a whole, we'll talk more maybe about this later, but there was a network shift within the time where the Nickelodeon executives were transferring hands. And so it's why in the mid-2000s we see this shift from early stuff like Jimmy Neutron, Fairly Odd Parents, that Danny Phantom, My Life as a Teenage Robot, Invader Zim, Avatar. We see a switch from that stuff to future stuff like Fanboy and Chum Chum, Planet Sheen. They wanted to basically kidify the network again because they had felt that it had become too serious, which is another shift we're seeing right now with the animation networks as well, as you can tell by the cancellation of the Owl House. The shifting corporate overlords is weird and very messy, extremely messy, because different executives have different ideas for the company, and their ideas might not line up with what the company actually is. And so you're somebody who's a bean counter, only thinks about money. You come in and you see these shows and you're like, well, it would just be cheaper to make a bunch of live action shows with this one guy who might be a little bit, weird and might be doing some not so kosher things, but it's cheap and you get a lot more bang for your buck, instead of an animation studio where you have to, if you want it cheap, you got to go through like China and Korea and Japan in order to get the cheap labor. And so we're actually seeing that right now with the writer's strike and the AI stuff that's happening. Because these corporations, greedy little bean counters, see that they could make a lot more money if they just switch to AI and remove the entire human equation. Now, you and I know that that's not going to work. Like, anybody who's worked on media in any way, shape, or form knows that AI cannot actually replace the human hand in any way, shape, or form. At least not yet. But yeah, so I got off tangent. I apologize. Technus attacks.
Technus attacks.
Technus attacks. So Attack of the Killer Garage Sale. Yeah, Danny gets invited to this party. Upon rewatch, it's still one of the ones that frustrates me because they're like, Danny, you're being a jerk. And really, he's not. Like, this will be a theme through the series. It's one of those things where Danny Phantom is a series about unfairness. That is, life is unfair, hands down. That is the series. So he goes, basically, he sells his dad's stuff at a garage sale, and then gets the outfit he needs, gets there. All the popular kids are jerks. Technus uses a thing. He sold the Dash to, try to take over the world. unsuccessfully, a lot like Dio Brando. And so Sam and Tucker help Danny stop him. We also find out that Sam is filthy rich in this episode. Yeah, Danny apologizes, returns the slacks, and yeah, Technus goes back into the ghost zone. Very simple episode, but it's very effective at what it does. Kinda, yeah. It's not one of my favorites. I'm not gonna lie. I think later on, Technus is a much more intriguing villain. But as a starting episode, I think that works. So we've spent enough time on Attack of the Killer Garage Sale. We're going to go into an episode that, okay, but not my favorite, Splitting Images. But what Splitting Images does in relation to the rest of the series is it introduces us to the ghost zone and the ghosts inside. And it gives us a lot of theories about the show, and it lays a lot of groundwork. So even though the story of it isn't stellar, once again, we have the theme of life is unfair. It doesn't matter if you're retaliating against your bullies, you're still going to get shit on, because life. But yeah, so this is the one with Sidney Poindexter. He was somebody who was bullied. So after the box ghost, bamf of the day, destroys Danny's locker, and humiliates him in front of the entire student body with the props and clothing of My Fair Lady, and ruins Sam's Save the Frogs campaign, which honestly, I'm with Sam on that one. Once again, I feel her. He is assigned this locker, and he's had it with Dash at this point. And frankly, I don't blame him. Like, I don't know about you guys in high school, but I did not like bullies. But we were lucky enough that we didn't really have a whole lot in our high school, which kind of works out in the end. But, yeah. So he gets fed up, and he starts to retaliate. Well, Sidney Poindexter thinks that Danny is the one causing, being the bully, and switches himself with Danny and basically takes over Danny's body. Another great line is, you don't know how to use my powers. I mean, I don't know how to use them either, but I know how to use them better than you. And that is iconic. So Danny becomes popular for the episode by stealing soda. Poindexter becomes popular. Danny is able to communicate with Sam and Tucker. Danny's parents are there because, of course, they are, because there's a ghost in Danny's locker. And yeah, Danny goes in, confronts Sidney, fights him. Sidney, this is another thing that I find very interesting, is Sidney Poindexter, after he has interacted with Danny, his life changes in the ghost zone, changes for the better. And we actively see that, which is something I find interesting about the show, that, once again, your actions and your domino effect, influences people. But yeah, and so Danny gets back to his own body and says he won't bully Dash anymore, I guess. It's not my favorite episode. I think it is definitely the weakest episode of season 1. But it's got some good jokes, like the one where Sam is like, no, you're not going to use innocent frogs in order to reenact your revenge. And all of a sudden you switch to Danny's eyes, where the frogs are just jumping up and down, and then his eyes glow green, and you just know he's about to be a little shit.
Yes.
Yeah, but do you remember that one very well?
Once you started talking about it, I knew like, I had in my brain, like, I knew there was an episode with Poindexter. I just didn't assign it to, like, that name. But he's the one that I remember, because that was, I think, the first, like, again, the first, like, 5 or 6 episodes, or first half of season 1 was a lot of, like, they may not have been the strongest, like, or hardest hitting plot wise, or like story wise, but they did a lot of the legwork of laying the foundation of the lore, laying the foundation of future character interactions, laying the foundation of future plot, and putting it did a lot of tilling the soil and planting a lot of seeds. One of which was with Poindexter. I think one of the strongest things that came out of that episode, even if it wasn't like the strongest episode of season one, one of the things it laid the foundation of was that it, as explicitly as it could for a children's show, said that, like, yeah, some of these ghosts are people that died. So it was like, which
You
did
can't change that later, Butch. The show said it.
Which I
Like-
mean, but it did
Yeah.
the double duty of, like, because Danny goes and looks up that, like, Poindexter was a student. He was an actual student at Casper High that died. Which the implication there is that, like, he was bullied into committing suicide, and that's why he's like tied to his locker and stuff. But
early Nickelodeon was savage and dark.
Yeah, which, I mean, it should be.
Yeah.
But it did the double duty of implying that at least some of the ghosts that Danny fights are people who died, like they were living humans who died, which is good because some of them are very obviously are non-human entities that,
you know what, Nana? That actually is a perfect segue into what you want, because Desiree is stated to be an actual dead person.
Yes. Yeah.
Yes.
Which the double duty that it's doing is the implication of, like, making the audience realize that, oh, some of these, like, at least some of these people that Danny is fighting are dead humans that are now ghosts. But it's also doing the double duty of like, clarifying that what happened to Danny in the first episode was that he died. And that's why he's the way he is. That it wasn't just like, oh, he got some cool superpowers. It's like, he got some cool superpowers because he got electrocuted to death and then came back wrong.
Came back wrong.
Which is one of my favorite
makes sense.
of anything ever. But the good segue into what is the Desiree with the What You Want. I don't give me the plot synopsis for that, and I can probably expound on stuff because I have some vague memories of it.
It is a Tucker-centric episode, actually. So Danny and Tucker are at an amusement park when a little girl accidentally knocks over a genie bottle, and out pops Desiree, and she starts granting a bunch of people's wishes. Unfortunately, these wishes usually turn bad because, her existence has just been heartbreak, which makes sense because she would fall in love and then lose love and all that stuff. So it is an episode where it introduces us to Tucker's inferiority complex, which he should not have because he is Banff. And he is amazing. And this is a problem that the show is going to have eventually, where Tucker definitely deserves better stories written. But I think this one is a example of a very well-written Tucker story. So basically, Danny and Tucker are sharing things at an amusement park. Tucker is doing a narration over the top, talking about, he's jealous, but Danny, is his best friend. And so it goes through and shows how Tucker is willing to, take the beating for Danny and stuff like that, because he covers for Danny as the mascot at the football game. Sam is, of course, out this episode mostly because she is sick. She has a cold, and we've all been there. So Tucker and Danny go to a movie. Danny has to go running off. Tucker's upset. He wishes that he had ghost powers. And Desiree, of course, granting every wish she hears, says, if it is what you wish, your wish is my command. And poof, he has ghost powers. Hala. Also, this is the episode where Danny gets his pew-pew handgun things. Yeah, that. those things. That's exact ectoblasts. That is exactly what we're talking about. Yeah. So Tucker is running around causing chaos with his ghost powers because, as you do. And yeah, basically it's just a Danny and Tucker centered conflict. And eventually Tucker's ghost powers start to overtake him, and he starts to do more and more not so kosher things. And we get our first introduction of the it's the ghost invention that splits ghosts in two, basically. It's how we get Fun Danny and Hero Danny.
Oh, I know what you're talking about, but I can't remember.
Yeah, not a ghost catcher. Was it a ghost catcher?
I think it might be the ghost catcher.
Yeah. Yeah, but that's where we're introduced to that. And so he uses that to get the ghost out of Tucker, basically sends it to the ghost zone. And he captures Desiree by saying, "I wish you would disappear into this thermos," which is brilliant.
Yes.
Smart move. Could have done that. He actually says, "Oh man, I'd have thought of that 3 days ago if I wasn't a C student." Just like, okay, well,
listen,
you're not wrong.
You got the assignment eventually, and that's what matters.
That's true. That's true. Listen, their one brain cell was out, sick.
Yeah. Actually.
Yeah.
Actually.
Yes. So yeah, that is what you want. Yeah. I like Desiree.
Same.
Yes. Very pretty design. Very interesting use of the character. And honestly, her bitterness and anger make a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Like listening to her backstory.
And she was, am I remembering correctly, that she's one of the ghosts that we get as like a recurring character, right?
Yes. She comes back once, I believe. One more time. Yeah. Yep. And then, yeah, she is one I wish we had another appearance of in season 3, but we didn't, and so we have to live with what we have. Yeah.
She was definitely one of the ones that was set up to be a recurring character. It's just whether or not they actually used her, which they didn't necessarily.
No. Which is fine. You can't use everybody. And at this point, they were throwing stuff at the wall to see kind of what sticks and stuff.
Yeah.
But yeah, the biggest thing I get from this is we get a little bit of insight into Tucker's mindset and get confirmation that yes, indeed, these ghosts, some of them are dead people.
Yes. I see dead people.
Yeah.
And they're throwing ectoblasts at me.
They're throwing ectoblasts at me. Why?
Probably because of the dumb pun that you said. 90% of the time that the ghosts are throwing stuff at Danny is just because you said some atrocious pun. And honestly,
so true. Same.
I'm on both of those. I'm on both of the sides. I'm both the person saying the terrible pun and the person throwing stuff at the person saying the terrible pun.
Yep.
So
okay, next
consider reunions. Oh, I was just saying, what was reunions?
Yes. That was Vlad's introduction episode.
Okay.
It is the one where Danny comes home after curfew because he got stuck with the vultures, and Jazz tries to intervene and makes things worse, as she should. It is her duty as an older sister. And so both Danny and Jazz have to go with their parents to Wisconsin to attend the college reunion that their old college friend Vlad Masters is hosting.
That's right.
Yep. It is a solely Fenton family and Vlad episode.
Yes.
Yes. So they go and they arrive, and immediately you can tell that Vlad does not like Jack, and he's into Maddie. But I find it interesting that Vlad is actually very nice to both Danny and Jess.
Yes.
Like he's only mean to Jack, which in retrospect I completely understand. Like when you think about what, it doesn't excuse what he does, but when you think about what he actually went through, and that he laid there alone in that hospital bed for years without his friends coming to visit him, I'd be a little bitter too.
Yes. Just
Yeah.
tad.
Yeah. Just
Understandable. Not doesn't
Yeah.
excuse anything, but it is
No.
understandable.
Cool motive, still
murder.
crime. Still murder. Cool motive, still crime. Yeah, so we brain lapse. Okay, so yeah, they go in and he invites them to stay the night, and Danny and Vlad interact, and Danny basically gets his ass handed to him. Like Vlad pretty easily just wipes the floor with him. And then yeah, so then there's the reunion. Vlad asks Danny to go get something. Skulker appears and the octopuses appear, and we start tying in we get the octopuses, which ties in the stuff that happens beforehand matters in this show. Because now we're not only getting Skulker, who is hired by Vlad, we are getting the octopuses who were sent by Vlad, which means that Vlad's presence has been there since the very beginning, which now is a very common trope, but didn't always used to be that way. And so Danny stuck in the box. The Dairy King frees him. This is one of our first showings that, to both us as the audience and Danny, that ghosts are not always out to get people. Sometimes they just want to be left alone. Fair.
Yes.
And so it's very interesting where we get our main villain and our first like interaction completely positively with a ghost. And then Danny overshadows Jack, saves his mom, and does the whole, if you don't stop being a big old doo-doo head porcupine pants, I'm going to expose us both. And Vlad is like, okay, I appreciate that. That is manipulative. I can live with that. And they drive home, and yeah, end of episode. And we've established Vlad.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah. Pretty self-explanatory. And then, apologies. The next episode, Prisoners of Love, is our first time, we kind of went into the ghost zone and splitting images, but Prisoners of Love is the first time we actively go through the Phantom portal into the ghost zone. It is a Walker episode.
Oh, that's the one that introduced. Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
It's the jailbreak episode.
I love the jailbreak episode.
The jailbreak is so good. It's so good. So yeah, Danny's parents are arguing because Jack forgot his anniversary, which shame. Bad, naughty.
Yes.
So Maddie goes off to see her sister who lives out in like the Appalachian Mountains, which is fantastic. 10 out of 10.
Yes.
And Jack goes after her, and Danny thinks his parents are getting a divorce, and he accidentally knocks the present his dad was going to use to apologize into the ghost zone. And at first he's like, maybe it'll be fine. And then Tucker, being Tucker, makes things worse.
Yeah.
By saying it's probably not a divorce unless she actually said the word, and Danny has a meltdown, and Jazz has a meltdown because she was wrong. Yeah. Showing that the Phantons are all on the same page of existence.
Being absolute trash fires of human beings in the best way possible. They mean well, but everything they touch is a disaster. And it's great.
It's a disaster. It's beautiful. So Danny's like, okay, I'm going into the ghost zone. Well, he was told, an interesting fact, when Walker saw Danny the first time, he was in human form. And the second time, he was in ghost form. But Walker recognized him as the same person. I found that interesting.
Yeah.
I don't know if it means anything.
Well, because
but
before that, did any of the other ghosts recognize him in one form versus the other? Because like we definitely see it in later instances that like the ghosts know, like they recognize Danny in his human form and are like, oh yeah, the ghost child, and like and actively antagonize him. But
they find out, oh, the ghost child, time to harass.
Time to harass the ghost child.
Yeah.
But no, that is an interesting thing because
I mean, Skulker does, but Skulker's also been following Danny.
Yes, Skulker being hired by Vlad has prior what's the word?
He would have done his research.
Well, he has prior experience interacting with somebody that's like Danny, that's a half a ghost and half a human. Like not fully dead or alive. So to Danny to Skulker, like he is an interesting oddity, but he's also not the first and only thing of his kind.
Yes, that is true. Yes.
Oh.
Yeah. But yeah, Walker's the first one that sees Danny Fenton and then sees Danny Phantom and puts 2 and 2 together right away. Which either means yeah, which has implications because it means that Walker was probably watching Danny. Like it's a hunch, a big maybe. But the fact that he just happened to know where Danny was the first time he entered the ghost zone and then was basically able to find him really easily the second time he entered. I don't know if that's a coincidence. And Walker is actually my favorite Danny Phantom villain because he is constantly thinking long term. Like he is not an immediate
gratification.
Yeah, he is there for the long play, which is actually a part of my favorite episode, which we'll be talking about later on here. So he is one of the most interesting and complex villains that Danny has to fight because he cannot be outdone by brute strength. There is just no way. And it is also very hard to outsmart him.
Yeah.
Which is why this episode is so interesting. It's also the first time that we actually see, the ghosts they're ready to beat Danny up, but they're also very willing to negotiate with him, which I find very interesting. There's a lot of little things in this episode that come up. But yeah, because the box ghost, when he sees Danny, he doesn't attack him. And in fact, he warns him. He's like, you need to get out of here, man. What are you doing?
It's just like, human child, why are you in the ghost zone? Leave.
Yes. Actually, an interesting thing that I noticed on my rewatch was the first time we see the box ghost, I imagine that we're in like that entire human object section. I believe that's his lair. But like in the future episodes, he has an actual warehouse. So I actually developed a theory that the ghosts in the ghost zone don't start out with like their actual places to live, but those are slowly created over the time as they kind of become more solidified, as if interacting with the human world and Danny has kind of helped create their world around them, how they started to form the existence of things, if that makes sense.
Yeah, kind of changing them from just like the impression of a person or like whatever remains centered around that like whatever thing that's making them hold on, and then the more interactions they have with other beings, be it Danny, be it other ghosts, be it other humans, things like that, the more that they interact and have those back and forth like person interactions, the more they become either go back to being a full person or become more of a fully fledged person rather than just this the impression left by this inciting incident, be it like the the grudge or whatever that they were holding on to when they died, or like, you know, a nightmare becomes sentient and real.
Yeah, and this is also like the first time we see actual Walker's prison is the first glimpse we get of already stationary created worlds in the ghost zone that exists. And it would stand, you know, he's trying to stop all the chaos in the ghost zone, which is what he says, which would stand to reason that he is actually doing it because the ghost zone is in chaos, because ever since the Ghost King was defeated, it's been a free-for-all.
Yeah.
Yeah. So his desire to have
Order.
everything in order is possibly understandable. And it could be why he is one of the first ones we're introduced to with an actual landscape place.
Yeah, with an actual
like
physical,
the prison.
Yeah.
Yeah. With physical walls and everything. Instead of just a door. Which is what a lot of the original and so
what was the
we
plot synopsis of that?
Danny gets captured and he gets thrown in prison, and he and Walker have some interesting cat and mouse type dialogue, and Danny convinces all the other ghosts, instead of punching him in the face, to help him break out of jail. Organize a jailbreak, as you do.
As one does.
Yep. So, you know, they organize the jailbreak, and Danny goes to get the gift for his mom because Walker still has it, and he confronts Walker, and we get an interesting tidbit that the humans are the ghosts in the ghost zone. And so if you're human, you can go through walls, which is a very interesting concept, because up to this point, we just assumed that if you were in the ghost zone, you could easily get hurt. But this episode shows us that if you're in the ghost zone, it's not a great place to be, but you can kind of...
Yeah, you're kind of the equivalent of safe of that ghosts are in the human realm, of like, in the human realm, you have to have special equipment in order to interact with or hurt a ghost. And it's the same. Yeah. It's the roles are just reversed when you're a regular living being going into the ghost zone, the realm of the dead, that like they have to have special powers or special equipment in order to even interact with you.
Which explains why real world items in the ghost zone can be very dangerous, especially if you're trying to establish order.
Yeah.
Walker is, I said it before, I'll say it again, Walker is my favorite Danny Phantom villain, hands down. Like,
it's very good.
Yeah. But so they get the present, they go back to the real world. Jazz and Danny both take a plane out to their aunt's house in the Appalachians, and they bring the box, and the box ghost makes his delightfully box ghosty appearance, because he is the box ghost and we love and appreciate him.
Yes.
Okay, so that is Prisoners of Love. Next episode is another heavy one, My Brother's Keeper. This is the one that deals with depression.
Yeah.
So Penelope, Casper High, Jazz is concerned about her brother because he's showing signs of depression, and she's worried about him, and she wants him to get help. Meanwhile, Penelope, Spectra, and Bertrand are framing Danny for things because, you know, he can't ever be happy, and he's very miserable. And so he's forced to go to therapy with Spectra, who is feeding off the negative energy of all the students at Casper High, which is how I see therapists in general, but that's beside the point. Basically Spectra's plan is make Danny miserable, get rid of all the happiness, and just be beautiful forever. So she plans on killing Jazz, And the climax is basically Danny has to save Jazz from being zapped into non-existence. The phrase is once the sparklers go off and vaporize the speaker, we'll leave you here to take the blame. And by the time I'm through with you, you'll believe it was all your fault.
Yeah, that was a fun one.
And that there's some heavy dialogue. Oh, it's also the episode Jazz finds out Danny's secret ability. The secret.
Yes. Oh,
Yeah.
because
Yeah.
is it? Oh, but it's still like she finds out that he's Danny Phantom,
Half
that
ghost.
he's a half a ghost, but he doesn't know that for
No.
a while yet. Like she finds out and
Yeah.
goes, "Oh, now I have context for the things you like, how you've been acting, the things you've been doing." But makes the decision not to confront him because she has that little bit of maturity on him and is like, "Oh, you haven't come and told me this yourself, so you're scared and you're dealing with a whole lot of stuff and you don't know because of the family situation that we've grown up with of parents that are ghost hunters that have been telling us that ghosts are barred by default evil the entire time. Jazz can make those connections of, oh, you don't know if you can trust me not to tell our parents, who then have said that they're going to disassemble you molecule by molecule. So you don't know what my reaction is going to be yet. So you're scared, and I don't want to chase you away by saying, hey, I know this thing about you, and have you take it as, oh, you're going to like spill the beans and put me in a dangerous situation. She's like, no, I'm gonna just quietly take care of you from the background, and when you feel comfortable and safe enough to tell me, you'll tell me, because I'm going to make it apparent that I'm behind you 100%. And which she's right.
Yes. And this is actually the episode where tear you a piece molecule by molecule actually comes from.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
It is the actual line.
Yeah.
That is said. Yep.
Yeah, which then Jazz has all of that wonderful context of like, oh, that's why my brother's like on the verge of a panic attack constantly.
Yep. So yeah, that is of course it ends happy and Spectre's defeated, and and ends on a happy little uplifting note. Yeah. He earned it, but by gosh, he got a happy ending on this one.
Yeah, it's true. Listen, he at some point he has suffered enough, and then he gets his small rewards. No, but
exactly. It's like his yearly nap. He gets one yearly nap.
Yeah. Oh, but I think it's interesting. Again, now looking back on like the first 9 episodes or so, we've gotten this again established. Like My Brother's Keeper established a lot of like specifically Jazz's character, and also kind of mapped out what her character arc throughout the rest of the first season, but definitely the rest of the series is going to be, because it established her role in and who she is in relation to Danny, who she is as a person, and also like you can see the character growth that's going to happen when other plot points, when other interactions and occurrences happen. You can see kind of the general arc of her character, what it's going to be. How that exactly is going to look is left up to when it happens, but the episode does a very good job of establishing what that arc's going to be, which is like what we got with Tucker's, with the Technus episode. We got like a character establishment episode, which, because we kind of got some of Sam's in a lot of the episodes. And I'm trying to think, because is there
like we're talking about Sam's mental stuff?
Well, yeah, kind of establishing like her character independent of the rest of the characters, and also kind of like where her character arc is going to go.
Yeah. Sam, she doesn't really have a character arc. I mean, kind of does, I suppose. But if you put season 1 Sam next to season 3 Sam, they're very similar. Season 3 Sam is just more confident about it.
Yeah, which
Yeah.
is good because you do have to have a character that.
Hi, we just got a follow.
Hello.
I pronounced that, but I'm gonna try. See, oh no, it went away.
Oh, it's Lyrica.
Hi,
Lyrica. Out of the Twitch call and into the following.
Yay! Welcome.
Hello.
Welcome to whatever the heck this is.
You were here earlier, and now you're here forever.
Yes.
Oh.
Welcome. Okay. So Shades of Grey.
Was that one with Valerie?
Yes. And Cujo.
My beloved.
Oh, such a cute puppy dog. Valerie is one of the best episodes in the show, or best characters in the show, hands down.
Yes.
10 out of 10. Yes. Yes. She made me question a lot of things. Yeah. No, I am a Great Ghost shipper at heart, completely. But yeah.
Listen,
so basically,
Danny has 2 hands.
It's true.
You're
not wrong.
My opinion on many things.
Oh. Okay, so the episode starts. Dash is chasing Danny to beat him up, and he spills coffee on Valerie, and so Quan starts chasing him to avenge his girlfriend. I think they might be. I don't know. High school politics. And so then this ghost dog shows up, and Danny's like, "Oh, it's a cute little puppy dog. Oh no, that is not little."
Yeah.
And then immediately does everything in his power to catch this dog. But as like most dogs, this dog is not going to be stopped. No. This dog basically drags Danny down to Axiom Labs, where Valerie's father has just finished implementing a brand new state-of-the-art defense mechanism. They blow through, destroy the mechanism. Valerie's dad gets fired. Oh, and then Valerie's life falls apart. And they have to move out of their house, sell their things, and they have to move into a small rundown apartment. And then Vlad, of course, shows up to make everything worse and gives Valerie ghost hunting equipment. So Nanny's existing, and he finally caught the dog. Like, we are told that he got the dog, and he put this dog back in the ghost zone. But the dog keeps getting out without the ghost zone opening. He just digs his little way out because he's Cujo, and he can do that. And keeps causing mass destruction all over Amity. So finally Danny's like, "Okay, what do I do?" And Sam's like, "Well, train him. You're a ghost. He is a ghost. You are a ghost. Train the dog." And so Danny tries to train the dog, and of course he gets attacked by Valerie. And he finds out that Valerie's weapons can indeed hurt him, because that is his life. That is his life. So Sam saves the day here with the fake out make out. It's first one of the series. And
that's right.
Yes. And then Valerie's like, "I saw them making out. I'm gonna date him still. It's just a kiss. I'm about to steal your man, Sam."
Yeah, Valerie's like,
"Yeah.
I see you're taken. That's not a deterrent."
That's not a deterrent. Listen, Valerie will win in the end.
I'm gonna fight you for him.
If there's one thing we all know as a fandom, Valerie should get everything Valerie wants in her life.
It's true.
It's true. Okay, so yeah. So they find out they got to go back to Axiom Labs, in order to find and help this dog move on, and get him out of the human world so he can stop traumatizing Danny. And so basically Valerie's dad is working. Danny goes in to find what Cujo is looking for, gets confronted by Valerie. Valerie smacks him in the face a couple times because it's what he deserves. And he finds the little squeaky squeaky toy. Can't say that too loud. My dog will go nuts. And squeaky squeaky toy. And then Cujo catches a toy. It's heavily implied that Cujo then moves on because he disappears differently from anything else we've seen in the series. Like, yeah.
Because does Cujo ever show up again? I thought he showed up again.
Mm-mm. No, he never shows up again. It is his only appearance in the series. We think he comes back because the Nicktoons Unite artist always draws Cujo, and we agree that Danny should definitely always have a dog. But no, in the series, he never comes back. We never see him again. Yeah. Interesting tidbit. Yeah. Episode ends, and yeah, that's the episode. And Valerie is now a ghost hunter. I love Valerie. We still good?
Yes, I just need to blow my nose. I'm allergic.
You're right. That dog being separated from its toy, that is the greatest trauma of all. I have never known more dog trauma than that of a dog separated from its squeaky ball toy.
Was that something in chat?
Yeah.
Oh, I think my
From
chat
Walter.
Hold on. I think my chat is broken.
Oh no.
How do I
There is a slight delay on the stream.
Okay.
So yeah, there is a slight delay on the stream. I'm getting them in real time, so pretty much when it's sent.
I mean the last
Oh my gosh, it's 9:00.
the last chat that I have is wait, hold on. I'm looking in hold on. I see it in the Streamlabs. I had just had the Twitch. I didn't have the Streamlabs chat open. I only had the Twitch chat open.
Yes, the Twitch chat is slightly behind.
Quite a bit. The last one I have is from Gracie.
Yes, yes.
I think so, and I didn't see any of Walter Wright's stuff.
Yes. Walter Wright. Yeah, he's putting it in the stream.
It's fine.
Okay.
It's probably just my Twitch is slow.
Okay. While you're doing that, we need to pick it up a little bit because we are dragging. We're an hour and a half in, and we're still only on season 1.
I mean, you're the one talking, my dude.
That's true. Okay. Then we can go through later on a later date too for more in-depth. We can do more streams. Like, it's not a problem. I love talking about Danny Phantom. If you didn't know.
Yeah. Let's do 3-sentence synopsis.
Okay. Fanning the flames. Ember McLean exists. Everyone goes gaga nutso. Danny gets punched in the face.
Yep. So that was the Ember one.
Yep.
Yes.
Teacher of the year. Danny plays game. Danny no sleep. Mr. Lancer teaches teaching and English. And Danny has to pass his test.
Was that the one where Mr.
It also
Lancer
involves techness.
was that the one that
Mr. Lancer in a dress? Yes.
yes, pretends to be his own sister and
Yes.
guilt Danny into succeeding. And it was just, I love Mr. Lancer so much. He's so good. He's the background. He's the human background character or human secondary character that I love the most out of the entire show because he's just always there, and we get so many tidbits of him. He is trying his best constantly, and he's he's pretty much the audience
Mhm.
for
Yeah.
for most of the
I-
show, of just like witnessing it, of just being like, yep, okay, cool. I don't know how to do. That's a thing that happened. I don't know how to deal with that, or I'm just gonna try my
I'm
best. What do you expect me
Yeah.
to do? I am a regular human being. What?
I am actually not. I cannot be convinced unless there's something I'm missing that he doesn't know about the secret at this point.
Oh,
Like
Mr. Lancer 100% knows.
there, he's like, yeah, there, because the way he acts is very different than, yeah, he wants Danny to succeed, but yeah, he's not going easy on Danny just because. I don't know. There's context clues that never establishes anything, but
Yeah,
it's very heavily hinted that he knows.
yeah.
Yeah, yeah. And
But I
yeah,
mean, it's also kind of it was also kind of cool to see that, like, regardless of if he knows Danny's secret or not, he is painted as like he's a strict teacher and he expects a lot
Mhm.
of his students, but he cares about his
Yeah.
students as people too.
Yes.
So he's like
Yeah.
he's not gonna just like leave them out to dry. He's gonna like
Mhm.
help them through it. And like ultimately it's the student's job to like do the work and succeed and stuff, but he's not just gonna give them expectations and then not help them, because the point of a teacher is to teach and be
Yes.
helpful.
Yes.
And that is what Mr. Lancer does. He's just tired because he has a
Yeah,
bunch of
yeah.
high schoolers to deal with, and he also has to deal with ghosts.
And he has his flaws. Like up until this point, we're kind of shown Mr. Lancer as just kind of a grumpy teacher that favors the bullies, basically the athletes. But it's at this point where we start to see a different side of Mr. Lancer.
Yeah.
And yeah, which is really nice,
Yeah.
And yeah. And then sorry, my wig is sliding.
You're good.
Okay.
What was 13?
Johnny 13.
Oh, Johnny
To be
13.
more specific. Yes. Johnny 13 comes to the human world, and he accidentally gets Kitty caught between the ghost world and the human world. It's never really explained very well. But yeah, something about the ghost portal. They have to come through the ghost portal, or they can't maintain their form, their corporeal form, if they get caught in between.
Yeah.
And so Johnny basically saves Jazz's life and gives her jewelry and stuff in order to help Kitty slowly take over Jazz's body. This is the first episode where, where they show, they try to hammer in that Danny's a lot like his father. That's a thing, that's a theme that goes on throughout the series. But Jazz is dating Johnny 13, who's trying to turn her into Kitty, and Danny's basically being a little brother and messing everything up for his older sister. Sound familiar, Walter, right? And then Tucker is trying to change his image because he doesn't want to be a techno geek because he can't get girls. But what he doesn't realize is he's going to be filthy rich. And he will get girls eventually. He just will. Yeah. That boy's going places.
It's true. Public Enemies,
that's the Walker episode. Oh, Public Enemies is my favorite episode of Danny Phantom because it smashes the status quo.
Okay.
Yes, this is the one where Walker takes the battle to the real world.
Right.
This is the one where Danny becomes public ghost enemy number 1. Because once again, Walker is here for the long game.
Yes.
Yes, this is like, I know people think that Ultimate Enemy is the scariest episode, and it's terrifying. But the longer you sit on Public Enemies, the more unsettling it becomes. Like, because ultimate enemy, yeah, he's gonna lose everyone if he doesn't, change something. But like, public enemies, like Walker has everything thought out. Like there is no wiggle room. The only thing he didn't count on was Wolf getting free when Wolf did. Because he didn't take Danny's friends into account. Had they not gotten that collar off, Walker probably would have won. And he did actually win. Like, in the context of winning and losing, Walker achieved his goals.
Yeah. Because that was...
Like, it is...
Because that was the episode that Walker was setting up Danny to be like a bad ghost in the human public's eye, right?
Yes. He said, if I can't lock you up in the ghost zone prison, I'll turn your world into
a prison for you.
A prison. Right? Yes.
Yeah.
So this is the episode where the villain wins.
Yeah, because up until this point in the series, which I mean it's only the 14th episode, but like up until that point, Danny, like the human public didn't have an opinion really one way or another on Danny. He was like, if anything, it was favorable because he was the one like fighting all of these other ghosts, and they were kind of just like, okay, I'm either neutral or like I'm just like, a ghost, I am scared, or like, oh hey, that ghost was fighting the other ghosts and made the other ghosts go away. Cool. And then Walker set Danny up as the fall guy for all of these things that he didn't necessarily do or did do, but set him up to tarnish his image. Yeah, it is. Yeah, the episode where the villain wins. Yeah, and then
which is
which we have a couple times in the series.
We do, but I think one of the reasons this one is my favorite is because, once again, going back to 2004, you didn't see this. Like, once again, Avatar doesn't exist yet. And the thought of overarching stories in cartoons, not very, they kind of exist, but not very coherent. And nothing like this. Like, this was taking a mallet to a status quo that most audiences, children at the time were very used to. Like, because you don't change the status quo.
Yeah. And like the usual status quo would be like at the end of the episode, you don't have to be that worried because at the end of the episode that the good guy is going to win at the end, or like whoever your main character hero is going to succeed and everything's going to be happy again. And then you get to the end of this episode and you're like, okay, that didn't happen. No. And but it means that Danny either has to double down on the decision he made in episode 1, or he has to quit doing what he's doing. Yeah.
And it is the episode that he makes the decision that, okay, come hell or high water, this, I guess, is my path.
Yeah.
There is no deviating from this path he's on now.
Yeah. Okay, do you want to scroll down a little bit so we can see more of the episode?
Yes, okay. Let me head over and here we go. Oh, what'd I do? Oh, my bad. 1 second.
Zoom in a bit.
There we go.
Can you zoom in a little bit on it?
Yeah, I should be able to. Can you see it?
A little bit more would be better. Oh, there we go. Okay, that's a little bit better.
Okay, good. Okay, so we are at Fright Night. Introduction of the Fright Night, who at this point was assumed to be a one-off character. We did not think we would see Fright Night again. At this point he was...
Because this was like the Halloween episode, right? That it was like, it's kind of like the scary like Halloween one-off boogeyman episode.
We'll never see him again. He was just a holiday episode ghost. Yeah. this one, Danny and Dash get into a fight. Mr. Lancer breaks him up and says that in order, whoever gives him the scariest room gets out of detention. Danny getting a little over cocky.
Yeah, he goes a little bit overboard.
Yeah, which, frankly, for this episode, it's actually very much in character. Like, he's a ghost. Of course he's scary.
Yeah.
No, baby, no, you're not. You're a cream puff in a spooky ooky body. You're the spookums. There's no fearing you. Like, you're not scary.
He's a jack-o'-lantern shaped cream puff.
Yes, it is. Yes. And so he makes room, and he realizes his room is going to get completely obliterated because Dash has, I think, psychological issues.
Definitely.
Yes. And as an athlete, I completely understand exactly where he was coming from. Like, sports are torture.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so Danny goes into the ghost and is like, well, maybe I can use this thing. Like, he's a teenager. He's not thinking about consequences. I'll just use this thing and I'm sure it'll be fine. And then he, it's one of those ones where he just keeps going and he really should stop. But at this point, it's hell and high water. And so he's just going to get what he wants out of it and pray it all works out in the end.
Yeah.
Yeah. Tucker, of course, tries to go trick-or-treating, and Tucker deserves his candy. Candy for Tucker, justice for Tucker.
Yes.
And yes, I love barking too. Sorry, I realized the chat had said. And so Fright Night slashes Tucker and slashes Lancer, and Danny has to stop him. And it's one of those things where Fright Night is like, oh, this little child is not going to stop me. And he goes, oh no.
Yeah.
Oh no. Oh no. And then Danny seals him away back into the pumpkin. At that point, we thought to never be seen again.
And we were wrong.
And we were wrong. We were very, very wrong.
But that's for
season
2, right? Was it season 2 or was it season 3?
It is season 2. Season 2. Yeah. Danny Phantom, the first 2 seasons feel longer than they actually are because all the episodes are so good that it's. Yeah.
Okay. And then
Danny loses the bed, has to eat the tidy whities. Maternal instincts. This is the one where Vlad flies Danny and Maddie out and traps them in Colorado with him. And he tries to hit on Maddie, and Maddie goes, I ain't having none of that, and basically drags Danny out, and they go into the woods, but then Vlad kidnaps Danny with a bunch of animals, and Danny escapes. Danny's mom saves him. We are introduced to the little zapper thing that gets rid of the ghost powers.
Right.
Yes. And the belt that protects from ghosts. Because Danny gets zapped every time. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, and because didn't Danny also get it put on him and then he couldn't use his ghost powers, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So he had to steal the key from his mom.
Yeah. Because we got
by giving her a big hug.
Yeah. So we got because then we got both of those 2 things, like the zapper that negates the ghost powers and the belt that is ghost protection, but also stops Danny and or Vlad from being able to use their powers or
at least when they do, it'll zap them.
Yeah.
And so they go back to Vlad's. Danny pretends to accept Vlad as his dad, and they have a battle. Danny wins and sicks all the animals on Vlad, and Vlad goes running. And in the meantime, Jack and Jazz are having a good old time being attacked by ghosts that Vlad sent to destroy Jack.
Right.
And I actually preferred this episode over ones like 13, because instead of just telling us that Danny's like Jack and Jazz is like Maddie, they show us that Jazz is more like Jack and Danny is more like Maddie in their mannerisms, the way they talk, the way they act, the way they make decisions, and stuff like that.
And deal with stuff. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. I find this a very interesting episode for like looking at the dynamic of the family.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And then we had, what was it? Lucky in Love was the next one.
Lucky
oh
in
yeah,
Love.
it was
The Paulina one.
Yeah, and it was the what is
with
the
Johnny
February
13 and
14th?
Kitty.
Yeah, what's the February 14th?
Yeah.
Valentine's Day.
Yes,
it was like the Valentine's Day episode.
Yes, where Paulina finds out Danny's secret and then dates him, but then and then Johnny shows up and it turns out to be Kitty. In the meantime, Sam and Tucker have to deal with Quan and Star. And
that's right.
Another one of my favorite lines from the show is, "Oh man, looks like fun. Hello, I'd like to read a poem. The fluffy clouds all look like footballs."
That's right.
And they get kicked out of the goth bookstore on Poetry Slam night.
That's right.
It is beautiful. Like, season 1 humor is on point. Like,
it's so good.
Nailed. Iconic. But yeah, eventually Star and Quan decide that they're not as popular as Paulina and Danny at the time, but they're still more popular than Sam and Tucker, and so they're gonna date and hang out.
Yeah, that
which is honestly a good decision on their part, because Sam and Tucker were ready to.
Yeah, it's a relief.
Making.
Yeah, they were going to be like, we're going to be more proactive in this ghost battling. We're going to make the ghost and immediately send them to the ghost zone.
Yes, exactly.
Oh.
But yeah, so it turns out it's just Kitty in Paulina's body, and Danny and Johnny make a deal. And this is the episode where I think Danny and Johnny's interactions get a little more interesting, because no longer is Johnny just an enemy. He's just an annoying older brother type character at this point.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And Johnny fully leans into that, and it's great.
Yes. Like, I don't think we see him again for a while, but he has stated his purpose, and he's going to stick with it.
Yeah.
And because Johnny, it's very much hinted that Johnny and Danny actually have a decent relationship.
Yeah.
Like, later on in the show.
Yeah.
Like, yeah. Okay. Life lessons. This is a Danny Valerie Skulker episode where they have to raise a flour sack.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, so Danny and Valerie are partnered up because they were doing a squabble, a couples squabble, before class. And so they both arrived late and are partnered up for this project where they have to raise a flour sack. And neither of them can fail this class. Like, they both have to pass. There is no failure. So, but we find out that it's a really good episode for Valerie, because up to this point we've kind of just shown her being, aggressive and stuff. But, we find out in this episode that she does her ghost hunting, but she also works a job to raise money because now she can't afford college. So she's got to do that. And, so Skulker decides to hunt them together, takes them to the ghost zone. Valerie and Danny have to work together. Valerie goes to grab a gun. Danny gets shot in the butt with a stun dart because that's his luck. He rolled a nat 2.
Yeah.
He failed his dodge. Yeah.
Very badly.
Very badly. Yeah, so they stop Skulker from, murderizing them, get back to Amity Park, and Danny apologizes for being a jerk, takes over for Valerie on one of her shifts, which I've worked in fast food. That's not how that works.
Yeah, it
That's
isn't.
not how it works.
You need a
It's
food
not.
handler's license and also training,
Yeah.
and also you have to be on payroll, and there's
Yeah.
lots of paperwork involved.
Yes. But you know what? Fine, let's roll with it. And so, and Tucker opens a babysitting service for all the flower parents, and he neglects his and Sam's flour sack. See, okay, I'm gonna finish. Come back to that train of thought.
Okay.
And then so Sam takes the flour sack, and all of Tucker's babysit flour sacks get turned into cookies.
Yep.
Okay, I don't know how his mom didn't see like the entire setup he had going on and said, "Oh, I might want to ask him before I turn all of these flour sacks with little baby faces and diapers into cookies."
Yeah.
Oh, boomers.
Well, the apple didn't fall far from the tree. That's all I'm going to say.
It's true. Tucker did not inherit the brain cell.
No.
He's so Tucker is very intelligent.
He is very
His wisdom, on the other hand, needs some work.
Yes.
I
would say Danny has a lot of wisdom, but he doesn't have necessarily a lot of intelligence. And Sam, he has a lot of good ideas. Mm-hmm. He just
he has really bad luck.
Yeah, he has really bad luck. He's pretty well rounded in regards to most things. He just has terrible luck, so that it doesn't matter what his stats are.
Yeah, and sometimes he just doesn't have brain cells.
Yeah,
thinking is hard. But yeah, so this is actually the episode where I was like, I think Sam and Tucker are a better match than than Sam and Danny.
Yeah.
I thought this was the episode I was like, you know what, their dynamic is actually better for a relationship style than Sam's and Danny's.
Yeah.
But, early 2000s gotta, I'm going to be honest, Amethyst Ocean, the creator, not the tag, what the tag also, but they did more for Danny and Sam than the series ever did.
Yes.
Yeah. Basically fixing all the issues with that. Next up, we have
the last episode.
We got $1 Million Ghost. Yes, the one where Vlad puts $1 million bounty on Danny's head. And all of the ghost hunters show up in Amity Park to hunt him down.
Right.
It's also where we get... Huh?
Oh, no, I was going to say, is that where the guys in white came in first?
Yes, this is the episode we are introduced to the guys in white.
Okay.
And I'm actually going to show you my favorite... People say Danny's not sassy in the original show, and he is. Look at that face.
Listen.
He is so pleased with himself.
That is a sassy, not lost child.
Yes. He is here, and he is ghostly, and he is, yes.
The universe
just replace the big cat with Wes, and it's perfect.
Yeah, the universe has unwillingly let Danny exist for another day, and he's about to make that everyone's problem.
Everyone's problem,
including his own.
Yep. So they come to hunt Danny. Vlad does Vlad things, and the portal's gonna blow up. And they stop Vlad, and the portal does not blow up, but Vlad gets the key to unlock the sarcophagus of forever sleep.
That's right.
Yep. So another one where technically the villain does not lose in the end, which is a very
Yeah.
interesting theme. Yes. 1 second. Let me get the
Yeah, because
goodbye,
it was
sexy boy.
it was interesting because it was another instance of like the villain fails at what they like outwardly were trying to do, but succeeds
Mhm.
at what they're like underlying, purposely losing a battle in order to win a war.
Yes. Like Vlad says, it's a game of chess.
Yeah, it's like I'll
Yes.
sacrifice a couple pawns in order to get the king vulnerable.
Yes. And then we have control freaks,
Control freaks.
where we get our first human villain for the series. Like, up to this point, all the villains have been ghosts. And Control Freaks is the first one that introduces a real human. Yes.
Because who was
It's
the
true.
villain in this one?
Freak Show.
That was Freak Show? That was the first
Freak Show.
season?
That was the last episode of the first season. Yes.
Oh my gosh.
Yes.
If you had
Yes.
asked me, I absolutely would have pegged that somewhere in second season.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the episodes are all so good that, it kind of, it feels like something that would exist in a season 2.
Yeah.
Yeah. But this one, Danny gets Freak Show, uses a staff to control Danny, and Sam and Tucker have to try and save him. Meanwhile, Sam's parents have a restraining order against Danny, which actually, I don't think they ever actually got rid of the restraining order. I was watching, I think it's in the iceberg that we're going to watch here, but I don't think they ever actually took down the restraining order, which is amazing. But Sam is able to knock Danny out of it. Danny drops the staff. It shatters on the canyon floor. Leedle, blah, blah, blah. The ghosts go free, and Freak Show is arrested.
Okay. Because he returns, right?
Yes. He is the villain of a season 2 special.
Okay. That's probably why I associated with it. That was his, okay.
Okay. Next up is the first episode of season 2 is Memory Blank. It's a Desiree episode, and it's where Danny gets his iconic logo. We've officially entered 2005 and hit season 2. Yes. Yeah, let's take a moment to just appreciate this lineup. Like, we were talking that season 1, like, it felt like it was season 2. In the first 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 episodes of season 2, we have 2-hour-long specials, Rainstorm and The Ultimate Enemy. And these are mid-season.
Yeah.
So,
like, first half of the season.
Yeah. And Rainstorm and Ultimate Enemy, I believe they aired back-to-back. Maybe they were a little bit apart. But I remember
one was July and one was July and September, so they were real close.
Yeah, real close. And so you were just pounded because Rainstorm is a episode that would typically be the series finale of a cartoon in 2004, 2005. Like, so the fact that this was a mid-season episode,
and not even a mid-season finale, but it was like
number 4.
Yeah.
Number 4 of season 2. Like, that is nuts, man.
Yeah.
Like, yeah. But we're getting ahead of ourselves.
Yeah. So let's quickly go through the first 3 and then talk about the Rainstorm and the next couple ones.
Memory Blank is a Desiree episode. Sam wishes that she and Danny had never met, and Desiree grants that wish. And so Sam has to convince Danny that he's a hero, sends him back into the portal so he can get his powers again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, and right, and she slaps
This
the
is
logo
actually-
on. Yeah, she
Yes.
slaps the logo on his
Yeah.
chest before he goes
Which
in.
you can't blame her at that point. You know, this is a good. I take it back. This is a good character growth episode for Sam because she never makes a. You know, she never says anything like that ever again.
Yeah.
Like, yeah. So yeah, everybody's making wishes at Paulina's party, and they're able to stop Desiree, and Butt Laser is introduced.
That's right.
Butt Laser and Wiggle and Noodle Arms. His
Yes.
Noodle Arms. Yes, because he doesn't know how to control his powers.
I love the noodle arms.
The Noodle Arms. Okay, then after that we have Doctor's Disorders, which is our next Spectra episode.
Right.
Where she sends out a bunch of bugs, and we also get Foley by Tucker Foley. And another one of the greatest lines in the history of Danny Phantom. But scary hospital, ghost guarding the joint. Still, not a sign that anybody's in any real danger. Help! What? Oh, wait, no. Let me go! Well, not a cry for help. Help! Well, not a cry for me. Tucker! Oh, dang it.
Tucker trying to do everything in his power to not have to get involved is everything, actually.
So relatable.
Tucker's just like, okay, at every available turning point, is there a way that I can push this responsibility off to somebody else? I will try to do that. And it's like, but then when it's like he can't avoid it anymore, he's like, okay, fine, I guess I'll be a hero.
Fine. I guess since my friend is actually in a danger, I suppose.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tucker very much Danny is the hero by choice. Tucker is the hero by absolute reluctance.
Yes.
Sam's
Tucker doesn't want to be involved, but here he is involved.
Yeah, Sam is the like begrudging hero. Like she's fine with it, but she's not going to be happy about it. But like she's not going to like actively avoid it. Tucker is the I will try to find everything else to do other than be a hero. Please,
just don't involve me in this. I really don't.
Yeah, the universe just drags him in, kicking and screaming. It's great.
And Danny's like, you know what? I don't want to be involved in this either. If I have to suffer, so do you.
That's friendship, baby.
That's friendship. Welcome. So they defeat Spectra, who is taking the best qualities of every person and building into a body. They defeat her by using Danny's father's snot rag Nickelodeon.
Yep.
In order to defeat her, and Dr. Bert Rand is also defeated because, surprising everybody, especially Danny, Bert Rand and Bertrand are the same name.
Yeah. Never would have guessed.
Holy cow, everyone was so surprised. Next up is our introduction of Youngblood.
Oh, that's right.
Yes.
Because he was the pirate.
He's there with his big sister, Ember McLean. Is she actually his sister? No. Is she now? Yes.
Yeah.
But this is the one where Danny is actually able to, it's the one where he has to convince people to follow him into battle, and he does so in his human form. And Ember and Youngblood try to kidnap all the adults and take them away and get rid of them. And Danny has to stop them. And we are introduced to the Fenton, the op center, the big metal thing. Yes. And the Fenton blimp.
Oh, the Fenton blimp. I love the Fenton blimp.
So many good memories with the Fenton blimp. Yep.
Such a terrible idea, but I love it so much.
Bad idea. I fully believe that the Fentons do not have actual paperwork that says that they can actually do all this. They just do it and nobody needs to ever find out.
Listen, unless something blows up, nobody has to find out. it immediately blows up. Yeah, no.
Yes. Yep. Yep. So
They
yeah,
absolutely
that's
do
that.
not have the permits for anything, ever.
Yes. Yes. And we also get a lullaby version of the Ember song
It's true.
in this one. Yeah. Yeah. Nickelodeon should definitely release that.
Yeah.
Believe it.
Maybe we'll just have to
Okay.
do a cover.
Exactly. Exactly.
Like you
But
already did it. You already did a cover of Ember Song. That's wonderful.
oof, yeah, it's rough.
No, I love it.
Thank
Go
you.
check it out on Gala's channel.
Next up then is Rainstorm. We are plopped right into what would normally be a series finale. You know this one. Vlad releases Pariah Dark, who in turn releases the Fright Night.
Right,
So
because
we
this
got
is
one
where
ghost.
Fright Night came right back in.
Yeah, he wasn't gone long. Like he
No.
Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. He was only gone for 7 episodes.
Yeah.
Like he was not gone long. He's released. All the ghosts flee the ghost zone. Big old battles. Danny and Vlad have their own little fight. Valerie and Danny become good acquaintances. Quite pals, quite chums. Valerie gets hurt protecting Danny and Vlad. Danny takes that personally and says, I'm gonna go beat up this ghost king. And gets in a literal death trap. Literal death trap. Reveals Valerie to her dad like a little... like a turd. Grinning the whole time. He's very pleased with himself once again. Takes the suit, turns it into a ghost suit, and goes and fights Pariah and nearly dies, but wins. Yes.
Yes.
He wins. Yes. Okay. Next up is Identity Crisis, which is where we get Fun Danny and
because
and
this was
Super
with
Danny.
This was with the trap, right? Or the dream
catcher?
the
ghost, the dream, the catcher, the ghost catcher thingy. Yes. So he splits himself in two because he wants to give Sam and Tucker a normal weekend, and he rolled a nat 2. Yep, failed his roll, and Technus appeared, and
I would say that wasn't that one because he did succeed, just absolutely not how he intended.
That's true. And Technus is back.
Yes.
And he's got a cool new hairstyle.
It's hip with all of the kids.
It is hip with all the kids.
Listen,
freaky fresh.
Technus is the fun uncle that is definitely like not fully with it, but is definitely fun. And like
he never had any intentions when he came out of that portal. All of his desires has come from Danny making statements.
Yeah, it's great.
Danny has directly created this villain for himself.
And the thing is, like, Technus doesn't ever really show like that much animosity. It doesn't really show animosity towards Danny. He's always like, "Oh, thank you for this great idea."
Technus is Danny's number one. What's the term? When you have a person who helps you get the girl.
Wingman?
He's Danny's ultimate wingman. Like, let's be real. Yeah, he did it because he understands that Danny has emotional issues, which would too if we were in Danny's place, like it. Yeah, but like he gets Danny the girl. Like the only reason Valerie chooses not to go with Danny is to protect him.
Yeah.
Yes.
And at that point, Technus is like, "This is out of my hands. I've done what I can.
I've done what I can. He's doomed." And then Valerie gets her new suit. Valerie gets her new suit, which I saw an interesting theory the other day that Valerie's statements. Valerie's suit is actually giving her ghost powers. Like, she now has ghost powers like Danny with the suit.
Yeah, I believe it.
Because she can just summon the suit with her mind at this point.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's literally built into her now, which I thought was really cool. Okay. Yes. Yeah. Technus plays wingman, tries to take over the world. They defeat him in space. Danny gets to be an astronaut. Good
Right,
for
that
him.
all happens in Identity Crisis, right? That's what we were talking about.
Oh no, I'm sorry. This is not Identity Crisis. I jumped ahead a couple episodes in my brain.
Okay.
Yeah, no, Identity Crisis, they knock him to the water. He gets out of the water. Danny and Super Danny have to work together in order to stop Technus. Fun fact, this was the first episode of Danny Phantom I ever saw, and I was very confused but highly entertained.
Yeah.
Yep. So Technus gets cool new dude, gets sucked into the thermos, la-di-da, everybody's happy, the end. Next up, we have the Phantom Menace, which is a Youngblood episode. It is the Cowboy Youngblood episode.
Oh, right. Yeah. First he was a pirate, now he's a cowboy. He's covered all of the bases.
He's just here because he had a big sister, but his big sister ditched him. So now he has a big brother. Where'd you go?
Oh, I can hear you.
There you go.
Hello.
There you go. We lost you.
I lost you for a second there. It was
we're still live.
Okay. I heard up till he was the cowboy, and then I didn't hear anything after that.
Yeah, he had a big sister, but his big sister ditched him, so now he has a big brother.
It's true.
Yeah. And as a younger sibling, it is his duty to make his older sibling look as mentally unhinged as physically possible.
It's true.
It's true.
That is our duty.
So this is an episode where Danny has to convince Jazz that she's a kid just like him, but Jazz thinks she's an adult. So Danny does what little brothers do and is a complete little menace to society and destroys her precious bear. And he's lucky she just didn't kill him on the spot, because I would have.
Yeah.
Yes. But they stop their parents from drowning, and they go home, and everything is hunky-dory. Youngblood goes back to the Ghost Zone, and we don't see him again until season 3, where he once again is not hostile towards Danny.
It's true.
Yeah.
Okay, then we had Ultimate Enemy.
Ultimate Enemy, yes. Yeah, everybody knows the Ultimate Enemy. Danny cheats on a test, and everybody he knows dies. Vlad rips the humanity out of him. The ghost halves fuse and create the most destructive creature in the entire world, destroying humanity and the Ghost Zone alike.
This is where we get Clockwork.
Yes, this is Clockwork. Yes, this is Clockwork's first episode, because he is introduced as the antagonist.
Yeah.
Yes. Until he steps in at the very end, he is the antagonist of this entire episode.
Yeah.
Other than Dark Dan, which,
Yes.
Yes, but yeah. Clockwork saves Danny. They prevent the evil future from happening. We've got a graphic novel with the continuation of this interesting storyline.
Ooh.
In a couple weeks.
I'm so excited.
Yeah.
Up until this point, I've had no idea what the graphic novel's even going to be about. I just heard new Danny Phantom content and immediately went feral.
Yes. It's called A Glitch in Time, and it has time travel. Yes.
Nice.
Yeah. Yes. So we'll talk more on that later. Next up is Secret Weapons. This is the one where Jazz is trying to prove that she can be a competent member of the team, but keeps sucking Danny into the thermos.
Yep.
You've caught one ghost 3 times, all of them me. Hey, you know what? That's a start. And I firmly believe that Jazz did her best.
She did. She succeeded in
did.
catching one ghost 3 times. All of them Danny.
All of them. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. So she runs off to Vlad, who, because she's like, you didn't tell me Vlad Masters was also a half ghost. That's trauma I could have helped you with. And Danny's like, you leave my trauma out of this sibling argument.
Right.
Yes. So Danny goes to help Jazz, and they fight and trick Vlad, and the ecto suit thingy is destroyed, and they go home, and it's all hunky dory. Awkward sibling hugs.
Awkward sibling
Pat, pat.
hugs. Pat, pat.
Yep. Okay, then we have the Christmas special, right before Christmas. Oh man, in rhyme.
It was so good.
So masterful. Like, I can't. This is a master class of writing a good holiday special. Like, fantastic. Like, you will not find another holiday special like this one. Like,
The thing that I liked the most about it was that the main character was the one that didn't like the holiday that was going on.
Yes.
And everyone else had to convince him that it isn't terrible.
And his reasons for hating Christmas, though, are legitimate. Like,
yes.
Yeah, if you had to put his very first Christmas, he got peed on by a dog. Like, hi. Oh, kitty. Hi, kitty.
Yeah, did you hear Milo?
Yeah.
Hi.
Oh, meow.
Yeah, my dad picked him up and put him in my lap. He was not happy about it.
Oh, you know who's not happy? Danny at Christmas.
Danny at Christmas, which understandable.
Yeah. You know, he gets peed on by a dog. A turkey comes to life and attempts to murder him at age like 4 or 6 or whatever. Yeah. You know, I'd hate Christmas too if all of them were like that.
Yep.
But he has to learn not to be a Scrooge.
It's true.
You know, this is another episode where I'm like, he didn't really do anything that bad. The thing he did was not apologize for destroying the Christmas poem. Like, if he had been like, oh, sorry, man. Like, the ghostwriter probably wouldn't have done anything. So it's really his own hubris. But, like, did he really deserve all of that?
No. Was the universe going to do that to him anyway? Yes.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. But yeah, all the ghosts help save Christmas because they aren't heartless monsters.
No.
Yeah. Then they fly off in a sleigh, and Danny stops talking in rhyme and is very happy. And from Christmas now on, he's going to try to be friendly.
He didn't say he had to succeed, just has to try.
Yeah. Just has to try. You can feel his eye twitching in the background.
It's true.
Yep. Next up, here's the one where I got ahead of myself. Flirting with disaster. Yes. Technus being Danny's wingman. Yep.
Yes.
Technus comes out of the ghost zone. Is fighting Danny. Sees that Danny and Valerie got a romance going on. Is like, I'm gonna get those two together. And then does everything in his power to make them fall in love, which they do very naturally, I might add. They stay up talking all night, like yes. I'm like, okay, you know what? This is at this point I was like, this is a good ship. Like, you know what? Forget the whole she's trying to murder him in his ghost form kind of thing.
Listen, enemies to lovers.
Yes. We also get Jealous Sam in this episode, which is fine. I'm not against Jealous Sam. I like Jealous Sam. I think, she has reasons to be, on her toes about this, because it is clearly a bad idea. Like, he has a lot of bad ideas in the series. This is one of his worst ideas. Dating the person who wants to kill him.
Yeah, it's true.
It's, but you know what? By gosh, if I don't agree with him. Like,
It's true. Is this a terrible
We
idea
all-
that's absolutely going to backfire in my face? Yes. Am I going to do it
Yes.
anyway? Also, yes.
also, yes, yes. And then his dad gives him that stupid class ring with Sam's name engraved on it.
Yep.
Once again, Amethyst Ocean has done wonders for this ship. Like, I will admit, I don't hate Sam. Let me be clear. I like Sam. I just don't think that their romance was done very well. Like, at all.
Yes.
I would have written it very differently. But that doesn't mean that it can't be fixed in, say, future graphic novels that may or may not be releasing in a week or so.
All right. And then
I'm just saying.
micromanagement?
Micromanagement. This is the one where Danny and Dash get shrunk to itty bitty size because
Oh.
Dash is there to train him to pass the president's ridiculous fitness test that nobody ever passes. Like,
Yeah.
I was a 3-sport athlete and I didn't pass this thing. Like, I was extremely fit. There's no way you're it's yeah. So
I think I did, but barely.
yeah. I mean, I could run fast enough and all that stuff and everything, but yeah.
The thing that always got
It
me
was
the thing that always got me was the V-sit reach.
Mhm.
Because
Mhm.
I'm not flexible.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, I feel that. Okay, yeah, but then they get shrunk and they're hunted by Skulker, and Danny is losing his powers, which is where we get a bunch of his neat little canon, like, design, mid-morph designs. Like, Fenton with a Phantom with a Danny Phantom t-shirt and jeans style.
Yes.
Yes. But yeah, they prevent Skulker from, murdering them. And Skulker gets put in an ice cube and assumes he goes through a digestive tract, which I don't want to think about. But it's okay. He makes it back eventually. I'm sure he's fine. Let's move on to Beauty Marked, which is a Sam-centric episode. There is a beauty competition at school, and Danny is picked as a judge, but gasp, the host of this pageant is actually Dora the Dragon from episode 2.
Yep.
Oh wait, no, episode 3. Episode 3, the one with the dragon. And surprise, they chose Danny because who better to pick a perfect girl for a ghost king than an actual half ghost.
Yeah.
And because Danny's an idiot, he accidentally announces Sam's the winner. So of course they got to go rescue Sam. Who?
True.
Yep. Yeah. No, he brought that one on himself too. Like, he just had to not announce a winner, and failed miserably. But we get to see the medieval, like, ghost zone, which we get another solid thing like Walker's prison, except it's medieval. And Danny fights. Sam basically gets out of the marriage herself. Tucker and Danny, using their one brain cell shared between them, ruin Sam's attempt. And then Danny has to fight the dragon, and Dora stands up to her brother and basically becomes the queen of the realm, and they move time forward.
Right, we get to see Dora be an absolute badass.
Yes. Danny helping people overthrow kings.
Yep.
Multiple times.
Yeah, multiple times
Yeah.
without realizing that technically made him a king himself. But
Yes. Actually, this, I think, is the episode that Danny comes close to actually dying.
That's true.
Other than like that one moment, because he is completely defenseless. Like, if Dora hadn't changed, it was bye Ghost Boy.
Yeah.
Time for full Ghost. And then
King Tuck was our next episode.
Okay, this is the first not good episode of the series, in my opinion. Tucker wants to run for student body president, but he has ideas that people just aren't clicking with. and he gets frustrated that nobody's listening to him. But instead of like doing stuff, he just keeps screaming about how people need to listen to him. And Danny and Sam aren't helping because they're out of character and just ignoring him completely, which has never been shown in the series to this point. Like, they've been, they spaced out and everything, but they've always listened to Tucker. Like, this is very, and the good concept, Tucker, they're hinting that he is a descendant or reincarnation of an ancient pharaoh, which is a cool concept, and I appreciate the concept a lot. And the ghost of Hoptet Ra comes out and is like telling Tucker he's a king. And so Tucker uses this guy to help him basically try to win the election. And yeah, they get transported to ancient Egypt, where Danny has to fight in the Colosseum. This episode is not good. Danny fights in a Colosseum, I guess, in ancient Egypt, I guess. And Tucker forces everybody to build a giant statue, and Tucker... See, my biggest problem is Tucker does not get out of it on his own. Like, Danny frees him from the... I don't know. I just feel like Tucker deserved a better episode.
Yeah.
But the lessons are learned. Need to listen to Tucker when he talks, and Tucker needs to not be, I don't know. This is an episode with a lot of good ideas, but I don't think the execution landed.
Yeah.
And this is where we start to see a little bit of a wiggle in the writing of Danny Phantom. It's where we start to kind of see a little bit of a falter, which wouldn't be terrible except for what comes after. We're starting to see the cracks behind the scenes that exist. And it's not a bad episode. No, don't get me wrong. It's just not good. I would say that this episode is, on a grand scale, a mediocre episode. But for the show, it is just not up to par.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Yeah. My rewatch on this one really had me with a lot of thoughts, now that I know more about what I'm doing and talking about. I'm sorry. What do you think of that episode? I'm sorry.
I mean, I don't remember. Like, that was one of the ones that, like, even watching it, I remember thinking just like, oh, okay, whatever. And then it just kind of like, it didn't stick in my brain very solidly.
Yeah.
One moment, you go ahead and talk about the next Masters of All Time. I'm going to go on mute for a sec.
All goody, more timey-wimey stuff. So Danny is hanging out with his friends, and Vlad shows up, and the ecto-acne's back. Vlad infects Sam and Tucker, and Danny has to try and figure out how to save Vlad. And his solution, which is absolutely genius, I must say, it is best idea, is he's going to mess with time. So he goes to Clockwork and says, hey, Clockwork, send me back in time to my parents' college days so I can stop this accident from happening. And Clockwork goes, bro, that is a terrible idea. And Danny goes, oh, come on, Clockwork. Don't you trust me? And Clockwork goes, no, I don't trust you. Clockwork, please. Fine. But if you mess stuff up, that's on you. And he sends him back in time. So Danny does the whole thing, and we see the accident, and Danny knocks Vlad out of the way. And surprise, surprise, he messed everything up. Gasp. So Danny, in the future, has to convince Jack Fenton that Jack is his dad and Maddie is his mom, and he's got to get back to the Ghost Zone so Clockwork can fix his mistake. And Clockwork could have made this easy for him, but Clockwork was like, you know what? If I make this easy for him, he might not learn this lesson because his head is as thick and dense as a block of ice. So Danny goes to Wisconsin, where he sees his mom and Vlad. He goes down to find his mom's portal, which he does, and is able to convince her, with the help of Jack, that he is indeed their son. Vlad comes in, shows that Vlad has always, not had the best. He has a very big inferiority complex, no matter, it's just something that happens. But he will hopefully eventually get a redemption arc, I am hoping. Yeah, so Danny goes through the portal. He goes, Clockwork, no, we have to go back and fix it. And Clockwork goes, did you learn nothing from this experience? And he goes, no, I will not. You have to figure this out in the present, you stupid child. And Danny actually does what Clockwork recommends, and Danny figures it out using the one brain cell because Sam is currently unable to use that one brain cell, so it transfers to him automatically. So he figures it out, goes back, tells his parents, everyone's saved. They beat up Vlad. The end.
I love that one.
That is Masters of Alt. Clockwork is like, this is a bad idea. You don't want to do this.
Every episode
with YOLO, bro.
Every episode with Clockwork is a banger.
It really is.
Because Clockwork is so good. He's so done with everything always, and he's just like, no. You dumb. Why are you doing this?
He is Danny's legal ghost guardian.
It's true. And he definitely acts like he's the only responsible adult, I think, in the entire show.
Yes. Well,
okay.
We say that, but
listen, comparatively,
he's clearly messing with people.
And
things.
I don't say that this in to mean that he is actually fully responsible. I just comparative to everyone else, he's not a trash fire of an irresponsible adult.
Yes. Oh man. Oh.
All right. So then we got Reality Trip.
Yes. I'm gonna speed these up. Reality Trips is the second one with Freak Show. The guys in white accidentally free Freak Show, and he gets the reality gauntlet, which when he has all the stones, which of course he does because either he invented it or his ancestors invented it.
Yeah.
He's able to control all reality. But first, he's got a vendetta against 3 teenagers, as you do, because, they put him in jail. Granted, he was doing awful stuff, but I'd want my revenge against those 3 children as well.
Yes.
Yep. So he reveals Danny's identity to the world, and we get to see the what if scenario.
Yeah, that's right.
And it ain't pretty. Yeah. And this is actually the first time I think we hear Danny actually saying so there's a comparison video on TikTok that I should see if I can pull up, but it's of Danny and Luz, and it's the I want to be a hero, and then it's the it would be better if I just didn't exist kind of that one, and it's with Danny undertones, and he actually says that it would be better if he just disappears in this episode, and it's like, oh no, baby.
Yeah.
That's the trauma talking. You don't believe that.
Yeah.
Oh, he needs therapy. Anyway, not from Spectra.
No.
So, so they go on a road trip because they were all not sharing the brain cell that day. Jazz had it, apparently, because they sent the gems into 3 different locations and have to avoid the guys in white and go to the 3 locations and get the gems before they cause chaos. Of course, they don't get there before the chaos is made. So, yep. And bada bing, bada boom. Freak Show teleports them once they get the gems. We find out Tucker's a furry. And
good man. Danny
and Freak Show have a showdown, and Jazz tells Danny to use psychology, and Danny is able to manipulate Freak Show into turning himself into a ghost, and then Danny does what Danny does and sucks him into the
Fenton Thermos.
Fenton Thermos, and saves the world. Woohoo! And then erases everybody's memory because status quo.
Yep.
And actually, I'm okay with the status quo reset here because it didn't happen how he would want it to happen.
Yeah.
And he had the choice and he made it.
Yeah.
That is just how it goes. Put everything back to the way it was and life will move on. Yeah. So then we have the episode Double Cross My Heart, which canonically it aired before Reality Trip, but it actually takes place after Reality Trip. Mm-hmm. Because, I get that one mixed up because that and Kindred Spirit aired in the winter season releases with the second half of season 3, and then in the early summer Reality Trip aired as the end of the school year special.
Yeah, because the Double Cross My Heart was May 5th and Kindred Spirits was April. Kindred Spirits aired before Double Cross My Heart. It was
Yep.
Those ones, and then Reality Trip was the 2-episode special that was the summer thing. What was Double Cross My Heart and Kindred Spirits?
Double Cross My Heart was the episode with the guy named Gregor, who was an exchange student that Sam fell for.
Oh, okay.
Basically. Yeah, it's the Danny's jealous episode.
And then what was Kindred Spirits?
And the double standards are real. And Kindred Spirits was the Kindred Spirits. Okay. Kindred Spirits was the one where Vlad has been cloning Danny. But
that was the Danny episode.
Yes, the Danielle episode.
Danny gets a little sister.
Yes. And so Vlad is like, well, I need a mid-more sample, which it's never expressed whether that'll kill Danny or if it will if he just needs it and will create a, clone that won't destabilize or whatever. Mm-hmm. But yes, Danny ends up with a little sister.
Yes, who we love.
Because there is no fate worse in this world than being a middle child. So you know what? Let's make him a middle child.
Yes. The universe knew what it was doing.
It really did. It did. This is the episode that actually severs Vlad and Danny's any kind of positive relationship they had.
Yeah.
Because this was just the step too far.
Yeah.
And frankly, it was a step too far. This is the first time Vlad actually realized that Danny is more powerful than he is.
That's true.
Yeah. Because Danny just ends up wiping the floor with him.
Yeah.
And so
Danny is never more powerful than when he has something to defend.
It's true. It's true.
If any of the times that Danny's just fighting for himself or to defend.
Mm-hmm. Uh-oh. We lost her, ladies and gentlemen. Danny. Okay, one sec. There you are.
Oh, hello.
Hello, you disappeared.
Yeah.
Danny has something to protect, you said?
Oh, Danny's never more powerful than when he has something to protect.
It's true.
Any of the times that he's just fighting for himself or for his own goals, he frequently either falls short or it doesn't turn out the way that he expects it to or wants it to, or he just straight up isn't powerful enough. But any of the times that we really see him pressed to defend someone else or defend other people or defend something else, that's when pretty much it's he stops thinking selfishly or for his own goals, and then proves that he's significantly more powerful than most other people or things, because he loses all of his hangups and inhibitions and just I'm gonna take you down now.
Yeah. It's the he hops out of the cage thing that was taking his DNA and looks at Vlad, and Vlad goes, oh shit.
Yeah. He goes, oh yeah, I've messed up.
I think this time I might have gone a little too far. Oh, you think?
Yeah, you think?
Yeah. Yep. Okay, and then here we go. Are you ready?
I am.
Season 3.
Oh, actually, before we go through this,
Yes. Would you like to take a break?
yeah. Well, I was gonna say I think it might
Yeah.
behoove us, since it's already getting late. Like it's definitely late for you,
Mhm.
but it's also getting late for me. I think it might behoove
Yeah.
us to save the talking about the fandom and the iceberg for another stream.
Sure. Do we want to do it next week?
Let me look at a
I-
calendar real quick.
Okay.
Because I kept thinking today was Saturday.
Yeah. Well, it technically is your Saturday because you
My
work
day-
weekends.
Yeah, my days are non-existent. What day is it today? The 6th?
Thursday. Yes. Tomorrow's
Thursday the
my
6th.
sister's birthday.
Was it the 18th? The 18th is when the book comes out, right?
Yes. July 18th.
Okay.
Mhm.
We could do next week either Monday or Thursday. We could stream again a week from now.
Why don't we do next Thursday?
Okay.
Yeah, I think that'll be best because those are my work from home days.
Perfect.
Yeah. And I don't exist on in-office days.
No.
Those are rough.
All right. Well,
Yes.
knowing
yes.
that,
So,
listener. Hey, chat.
Yeah. Hey,
Tune
chat. We got
in next Thursday for another stream, and we'll talk about
we
fandom
failed.
stuff. No, we succeeded. I knew this was going to probably need more than one stream because we had far too much
Yeah.
content to cover in a 3-hour stream.
I had a feeling, but I was really hoping we could do it, but we just keep talking.
Well, we have to talk if we're gonna say more than just like
I
the
know
names
what
of
we're
the
gonna call the
episodes.
chat. We're gonna call them Strubalus.
Strubalus. Hey, Strubalus.
Hello, Strubalus. Welcome to whatever the heck this is. Strubalus. Yes. Yes. Strubalus. It's perfect.
It is perfect.
Yes. Yes. 10 out of 10. Strubalus.
Hey, honey.
Hey, how you doing?
Gracie said hi in chat, so I'm like, hi, honey.
Hi, Grace. We love you.
Hello, darling.
Hello, darling. Beautiful, beautiful Grace. Sexy Grace.
Yes.
Strong, independent, fiery Grace. I love Grace.
In the
Grace
literal
is great.
sense too. My
Yes.
little accidental arsonist. It's great.
Yes, yes. Oh, I don't know. I think that that arson was completely intentional. Don't you, Walter? Wherever you are.
Oh, I wasn't even talking about D&D. I'm talking IRL.
Oh. You know what? I believe that actually.
Yeah. Things
Because that
listen,
hair is fire.
We're a perfect match. Grace has a tendency for things to catch on fire around them, and I am from the ocean and have been playing firefighter for my family for my entire life.
Yes, yes.
My mother's laughing in the other room.
Okay, let's jump into season 3 so we can try and be done by 11. Hopefully
Yes.
10:30, but
Yes.
you know, sometimes
Let's-
the world.
Let's shoot for 10
Yes.
minutes from now.
Maybe next Thursday I'll actually have brushed my wig.
It's fine. All right, an eye for an eye.
Okay, an eye for an eye. Okay, so this was not the first episode to air. The first episode to air was Urban Jungle. Because apparently they were like, oh, we need to release the new Power episode first. This was at the point where the network was getting tired of Butch Hartman's shit. Because he was promising a lot of things and blowing the budget and not basically. The show did not bring back the money that they were promised. Probably because it got overshadowed by Avatar. And had it actually followed through on the approach that it took, Danny Phantom might have had a, a better final season. But between Steve Marmel and Butch Hartman having a disagreement on the path of the stories, where Steve Marmel was in charge of the overarching story and making sure everything connected, he and Butch had a disagreement where he wanted to follow through on their original plan of a much darker storyline, and Butch Hartman no longer wanted to follow through on that. So Steve Marmel, because he was only the co-creator, Butch Hartman was the original creator, and he had more power and sway at Nickelodeon, Steve Marmel left the show in order to go and pursue. He created Sunny with a Chance on Disney and that kind of stuff. So he did get to make a good show, and I actually really like Sunny with a Chance. But then that meant Butch Hartman was in charge of the overflow of the final season, which Butch Hartman, he is very good at ideas. He is very good at creating interesting concepts and pitching, and he is a businessman and a kind of a shill, at heart. That is his bread and butter. That is his cream and, cream and oatmeal, if you will. Creating overarching stories and keeping consistency is not his strong suit. And it shows, especially in his later work, where Nickelodeon was just giving him the reins to do everything. Everybody has their strengths and weaknesses, and overarching storytelling is not one of Butch Hartman's strengths. And it's very easy to see because with season 3, as we can see here, it is actually half the length of the first 2 seasons, which means that the network has, I'm just speaking here basically off of what I know and stuff like that. The network did not have confidence in the show moving forward, and they decided to end it with only a half season of episodes. Which means they had to cram more into the remaining episodes that they had, which anybody knows that's, we watched the Owl House finale. It's a nightmare. And the fact that the Owl House specials turned out as well as they did is a miracle. By all means, it is a miracle that those episodes turned out as good as they did. And there are issues here and there, but quite frankly, had they gotten the proper amount of episodes, they would have had a blowout season finale that would have probably topped the network's charts. And Disney dropped the ball.
Yeah.
And
then, okay.
That's just
circling back
I'm
to
sorry.
talking through. No apologies. I'm just
getting us
back.
Actually talking on.
Yes.
Yeah. So at this point, the network had lost faith in the show, and they were moving to heavily advertise Avatar, which was the big blowout that Nickelodeon was looking for at the time. And so I guess I kind of understand why they chose to air Urban Jungle first, but I think it did a disservice. And they also didn't call it Urban Jungle when it released. They called it Phantom Freeze. Because ice powers. But I'm kind of torn on whether I like when they aired it, but I guess that's a conversation for another day, because
yes,
Danny having ice powers was cool and all, but this was the first time since Pariah Dark, and I guess Dark Dan, if you will, that we are seeing a creature come out of the ghost zone that is not normal. Like, we're seeing ghosts that have way more power than just your normal ghosts. And it leads to, really think about, I'm a big King Danny.
Ghost King Danny.
I am, yes, Ghost King Danny aficionado, as it were. I do find it very interesting that we are having ghosts that represent all of plant life. We're not just talking about spirits anymore with unfinished business. We are talking about potential how did I put it? We are talking about
spirits of nature and things like that. More something
yeah.
things more akin
We're
things more akin to like primeval gods than simply
Yes,
the spirits
yes.
of the deceased.
Yes, yes, we are entering. These things should not be coming through the portal territory.
Yeah.
Like, by all laws of nature, this is abnormal. Like, they should not be entering this domain. Like, they should have no reason to enter this domain.
Yeah.
What is their purpose here? And we never do get an answer to that. That is something that was very frustrating to me as a viewer.
Yeah, of like what's drawing these extremely powerful beings that aren't just spirits of the dead come back to the realm that they used to live in. It's well, because this is the season also that we got beings like Nocturne, who very much just straight up stated as like the god of dreams.
Yeah, Vortex. The basically the anti, like the basically a god of destruction, natural destruction.
Yeah.
Excuse me, I had to take a sip. Yeah, so we never do get an answer to that, and I really do think it's because of this halved season that we ended up giving.
Yeah.
Because season 3 is the season of good ideas, poor execution.
Yeah.
Like, these ideas on paper are fantastic, but they end up falling short of what the series had originally set up.
Yeah.
And so okay, let's head in with Eye for an Eye. This is the episode that Vlad becomes mayor of Amity Park, which is a very interesting. So here's the thing. Danny and the gang destroy Vlad's house because, lol, because of kicks and giggles. But I also keep in mind that this comes right after Kindred Spirits. Like, I could be wrong, but like, if I found out that someone was cloning me, I would probably blow up their house too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Very much
yeah,
so.
And so, yeah, like, so Vlad comes to Amity Park. He and Danny have a, this is where Vlad starts to become less intimidating, and he's treated more as a joke than an actual villain, which is frustrating. But he and Danny, this is actually, in my opinion, a pretty good episode. He and Danny are going back and forth, and Danny does something that is really interesting in this episode, and it's that he apologizes to Vlad, and Vlad chooses not to forgive him and let it go. This is the first episode where we see Danny really do anything like that. Where, in my opinion, this is so. And this actually, Eye for an Eye is the last episode written, kind of overseen by Steve Marmel, which makes sense in the grander scheme of the story. But yeah, Vlad basically comes to Amity Park, becomes mayor, makes Danny's life miserable, and the teens miserable. We get lots of Jack Fenton supporting his buddy jokes, which I appreciate.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I do love Danny's parents. Like, unironically, are they good parents? Probably not.
Definitely not.
But they care. Like, they're not trying to hurt their kids. They're just children at heart. That yeah. You get what I'm throwing down.
Yes.
But yeah. So yeah, Vlad becomes mayor, and that sets up season 3. Vlad actually being a part of Amity Park.
Yeah, and a constant presence.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he is now no longer just a faraway thought. He is active there every day. He's not going away no more.
Yeah.
We're like in Flirting with Disaster, we get a glimpse of Vlad because he bought the corporation that Valerie's dad works for.
Yes.
And so it kind of shows that, yeah, he's an over lurking presence, but he's not actually there. Now he is there, and he is planning on staying.
Yeah.
Yeah. Then we get Infinite Realms. Whoops, sorry, what's up?
Oh no, I was just gonna say Infinite Realms, but that was the one that they actually like purposely delved into the ghost zone, right? With the it wasn't a submarine, but it was the what was the name of the Fenton?
Infomap. Oh, they went in with the Spectre Speeder. Mm-hmm.
Spectre Speeder, okay.
So, because they are mapping out the ghost zone, this is where we shift from just seeing doors and random places, and we actually see the ghost zone as an actual place. It becomes actualized in this episode. It's no longer just a mystery of mishmash and everything. This ghost zone has structurally changed at this point. And so they are in there making their own maps. And while they're doing that, because they only have one brain cell between the three of them, they get lost.
Yeah.
Yes. So they take their one brain cell, and Danny's like, I can get us back, said everyone ever. And they get more lost, and they end up in the Far Frozen, where they are attacked by a giant Yeti creature, basically. Yes. Danny's fighting him, but then he realizes that the monster is fighting out of pain, and he removes the source of the pain, and Frostbite is now best boy.
I love Frostbite.
Oh. So he takes Danny, and it turns out that there's a good chunk of the ghost zone who actually respect Danny because he managed to defeat the Ghost King and save them, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's another thing where we get glimpses of Ghost King Danny kind of stuff. We see ghosts that not only do they not want to cause him harm, they actually respect him and appreciate him.
Yeah.
And then Frostbite, because he has only just met Danny and does not understand that this child shares one brain cell with his three friends and sister, gives him one of the most powerful maps in existence.
Yeah.
And this, of course, goes terribly wrong. I can just imagine Clockwork watching this from his tower being like, gosh dang it.
Oh, absolutely. That, do live Clockwork reaction in the corner, and it's just him just dragging his hands down his face, like, why is this the timeline that I have to deal with?
I imagine that Clockwork actually even warned Frostbite not to give Danny this map.
Yes.
Just don't hand it to him. And what does Frostbite do? Oh, it can't be that bad. Oh, it is. It is, my friend.
Absolutely. Absolutely that bad.
Yes.
It's like, Frostbite, what was the one thing I asked you not to do? Give Danny the map. And what did you do? Gave Danny the map.
I gotta let my kitty out. I'll be right back.
Okay. You're leaving me alone to entertain chat. Okay. All right, chat. Okay. All right, Strubaloos. Okay. Gala's gone. What mischief can we get up to? Chaos. Arson. Hi! Hi.
Okay.
Oh, dang. She's back. We have to stop telling secrets.
Dang it, I missed the secrets again.
No, my secrets are too secret.
I understand. Let me guess. You play clarinet.
You're close. It's flute.
Whoa. My second guess was bassoon. But that's
I
me.
wanted to play the bassoon so bad.
Yeah, I should have stuck with bassoon. I actually really liked it, but the lady who taught it only came once every 2 weeks. And so I never got to stick with it.
Yeah.
But yeah, I learned all the finger positions. Probably don't remember them anymore.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I don't know if I had the embouchure for the bassoon.
The embouchure?
The embouchure, yes, that's it.
Walter,
okay, enough over the garden wall, which was clearly inspired by Danny Phantom.
Walter said, that's okay, right, you'll never know the secret, and then said, get good.
Get good. Get good. Okay, the first time you're ever told get good, it's like a slap in the face. But at this point, I'm so used to it that it doesn't faze me anymore.
It's true.
It's true.
Uh,
Okay.
We were talking.
So yeah,
films.
Frostbite gives this child a map, and his one brain cell accidentally triggers it to take them home. So then he has the map, and of course Vlad is spying on them, and he has a cat now because of course he does. I was actually watching a video. I'll have to send it to you later. We can watch like some videos and like move people to places and links and everything next time. But there's a video, and it's like it has both the cats. And I'm going to send it. It has the skinny cat and the fat cat. So now I completely believe that not only did Vlad get one cat, I fully believe that he has two cats.
Probably.
Yes, yes. Well, the one would be lonely, you know.
Yes. Listen, one cat
Yes.
is an absolute menace. You need to get two of them so that they can occupy each other.
Exactly. Okay. Okay. Next.
Girls' Night Out.
Girls' Night Out. Oh, Infinite Realms. Vlad goes into the Ghost Zone. They have time shenanigans. The map takes Vlad back to the Far Frozen, where Frostbite takes the map from him and sends him away. And Danny apologizes because he doesn't know he fucked up.
Yeah.
And Frostbite forgives him because Frostbite is just 10 out of 10 good boy.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Next up is Girls' Night Out.
I don't remember.
It's not bad. This is the one where Spectra, Kitty, and Ember come to Amity Park when Danny is out of town with a fishing trip on a fishing trip with his dad. And Skulker is hunting him because Ember and Skulker are dating, which I absolutely believe 10 out of 10. Yes.
Yeah.
It tracks. It really does track. And
Mr. Short King.
Yep. And so they come to Amity Park, and Danny's on a fishing trip with his dad. And the girls come, and Kitty catches Johnny flirting with other girls. And Kitty has this new ability where she can make guys disappear by blowing a kiss. And Ember, being Ember, is like, you know what? Let's crank this shit up. And then makes it so that all the guys in Amity Park disappear. So Jazz and Sam, who are bickering because Sam doesn't think Jazz can be a part of the team or whatever, and Maddie, their mom, all team up to defeat these ghosts. This was the first episode where I was like, man, does Maddie actually know that there's something up with Danny? But nah, that's just not great writing. 1 second. My throat's starting to go. My voice is getting low and growly, you know.
Walter can't believe Skulker got a girlfriend and Danny can't either. Yeah, no.
Yeah.
Especially not that it's Ember.
No.
You could maybe.
Yeah, especially.
It's like Ember.
Especially since it's Ember. It's like, what? But yeah, so they make all the guys, and then they all have to team up to bring all the guys back, and they succeed by cross-dressing.
Valid.
Yep.
Listen.
Jack Fenton shows that he's actually competent by saving Danny from being murdered by Skulker. And what was the... They come home, and everything is hunky-dory.
Nice.
Yes. Not a great episode. Not the worst episode I've ever seen. All the characters are in character. Maddie's a little off in this, but honestly, I forgive it because at this point you don't really know like if she knows or not, and I think that kind of mystery tidbit. And she seems like she's a lot like Danny, so she seems like she would be the one who's kind of like, oh, okay, well, let's do this, you know. She's, you know, and she does question things like, why are you guys out ghost hunting? Not that I'm complaining, but yeah. And she actually ends up having the solution, and shows that she's very good at negotiating and helping kids sort out their problems, which makes sense because she is their mother. And I'm sure that Danny and Jazz never fought, ever.
No, never. Not at all.
Never. Just like my brother and I, we've never fought. Ever.
Okay.
Don't listen to anything Walter says. He doesn't know. Okay, Torrent of Terror. This is the episode Danny gets weather powers. And it's the episode where we hone in on his emotional issues, which I knew I'd get you to crack. It is you. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome Walter Wright, my brother.
Listen, did you expect it to be anyone else?
No, of course I didn't. Okay, back to Torrent of Terror, which is what my brother is. A ghost named Vortex, Vlad releases him from the Observance prison as they are sentencing him. And he brings him back to Amity Park for political reasons, I guess. I don't really understand why he chose to do this, what his end goal was. But yeah, so now there is a weather monster wreaking havoc on Amity Park and soon the world. And so Vlad goes and asks Danny for help. And Danny's like, Are you kidding me? And so Danny's like, You expect me to help you? Yes. Dang it. And then Danny does. So Danny is clearly outmatched and he's fighting Vortex. But he ends up getting blasted by Vortex and flying into a building. And this episode is interesting because he gets zapped with Vortex's electricity.
Yeah.
And suddenly gains weather powers. That's suspicious. I actually have a theory. It's a core theory that Danny's core is actually adaptable.
Yeah.
He's got a core that, at its core, it's probably an electricity core, but it is very adaptable to different types of ghost cores.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's got an ice factor to it, but this is why I brought whatchamajiggets. Do I have it in here? Props, yeah. That was required. It's in here somewhere, I know it.
Walter, you're correct. It's politics. There is no goal. And you're also right that he is just like Kirby. But instead of being like Kirby and he has to swallow other people's powers, he just gets zapped by lightning and then
it's true.
You just have to give him a little shock and then he absorbs whatever powers are around him. In this case, weather
It's
powers.
True. Okay, is it in here?
It's like changing the channel,
all...
except slightly more painful.
All my Nicktoons games.
Sam just needs to get a taser so she can just zap him whenever they need him to have different powers.
Did it work?
It's true. You're absolutely right, and you should say it.
I know.
Dang it, where's that game?
What game are you looking for?
Danny Phantom, the one with Undergrowth.
Oh. See,
I'm sure I'll find it.
Yeah, we can just keep talking so we can wrap this up.
Yeah. I'll find it by next time, and then I'll bring it up. But yeah, there's a Danny Phantom game. It's on the DS. It is the second one. The first one came out with Ultimate Enemy. The second one came out with the release of the Phantom Freeze event, Urban Jungle.
Okay.
And in this game, he has fire powers, electricity powers. Basically, he has an entire array of powers that are not seen in the show. But so growing up, I was always like, okay, well, I don't know if this game is canon or not, but I don't think, now I know better, but at the time I was like, I don't think they'd put this in here if it wasn't a factor in, in potential outlooks for the show. So, yeah. And with Torrent of Terror, him being able to manipulate the weather means that he can probably learn a lot more abilities than he has by the time we get to the end of the show.
Yeah.
I tend to think about Danny Phantom like it is Ben 10, except Danny never got his alien force, Ultimate Alien, in Omniverse.
Yeah.
Yeah. Where if we're looking at the context of the future, like people always compare Ben and Danny because they're the two big fandoms. But really, the disadvantage that Danny has is that he never got his future told. Where Ben did. We got to see like what happens after he gets home for the summer. With Danny, we up to this point have not been able to see. So everything on our end as a fandom is speculation.
Yeah.
And I got off topic again.
That's okay. We're
Ben
wrapping
10
up
does that to me.
Terror.
Yes. So Torrent of Terror, Danny defeats the weather demigod and sends him back to the observance, which I'm sure was a great conversation.
Yeah.
Hey, I've got your horrifying ghost prisoner here. Hi.
The observants are like, we should probably lock you up too, but I think Clockwork might actually kill us.
We don't want to get in Clockwork's bad side, so you can go, but we're watching you. Okay.
Okay, bye.
The observant's just absolutely furious that they now probably owe this small child a favor.
Yeah.
Yeah. And Clockwork in the background like, yes.
It's all coming together.
That's my boy. Okay, then we have another episode that's not terrible, not great, Forever Phantom. Really, at this point, season 3 is just not up to par with the other 2 seasons. Like, the episodes aren't bad, but we are not experiencing the highs of the first 2 seasons anymore. And Forever Phantom, that's the one with the ghost that has no face, shows up in Amity Park just to, cause chaos, have fun. And he watches Danny save a bus, and he's like super mad that Danny got the attention because now apparently Danny is like this praised superhero. Because people are fickle. And so Danny saves a bus of children, and you can tell that this one was definitely had Butch Hartman's hand in it because Danny acts kind of out of character a little bit in this one. But I suppose it's not as bad as it could be, and we'll get to that later on. But we also get to see that Danny doesn't actually like being in the spotlight in this episode. We get to see that he much prefers not being the center of attention. And so Mr. Lancer's in this episode because everybody wants to talk to Mr. Lancer. So the ghost turns into Danny, causes chaos. Danny and the ghost get zapped by a Fenton ray. At this point, we don't even know what these gadgets are called. They go, and Danny... It's canonically stated in this episode that Danny does not like toast. And you know why? Because he got toasted.
Yeah.
Oh, wait. There's a sound effect for that. Thank you. Anyway, so they go, and the ghost goes to school. Danny finally finds him. They go back to Fenton Works, and working together, they're able to get their powers back. And they both separate on good terms, but of course the ghost isn't going back to the ghost zone, Danny. Use that one brain cell.
Yeah.
And so the ghost escapes into the world because Danny just let him go.
Yeah.
Yeah. Which is actually very interesting because it's the first time we actually see him just let a ghost go. Just be like, I don't want to see you. Yet.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Instead of shoving him into the thermos and back into the zone.
Which, I mean, because we're coming towards the end of the show, but we're also coming full circle with that arc that I was talking about earlier, the shift between like the shift from Danny seeing ghosts as inherently evil to Danny being like, no, they're just people that they're not humans, but they're just people, and like it's their actions that determine, and being like, yeah, no, like I'm fighting bad guys and saving people, and regardless, like, and it's the bad guys aren't necessarily the ghosts and the good guys aren't necessarily the humans, and it's as long as whoever you are, you're not causing destruction and harm to people, I don't really care what you do. Go live your afterlife or your regular life or whatever. Don't cause harm to people. And because we're coming full circle with Danny transitioning to seeing the ghosts as actual people and not just things.
Yeah. Which is, I really do like that arc a lot. Like, and it's done so smoothly too. Like, but yeah, so that's Forever Phantom. I don't hate it. Not my favorite. Once again, we're not hitting the highs of the first 2 seasons, but we haven't really hit lows yet. Like, we're at a pretty even kill at this point, I think. It's nothing to be jazzed over. But it's also not anything awful. So then we get Urban Jungle, which we get Danny suffering, as always. And we see that Sam has an entire freaking greenhouse.
As she should.
As she should. You know, I appreciate it. I can, you know, if she wants to be a vegan and she grows all her food and it's sustainable, you know what? I'm like, okay, you know what? You do you. That is BAMF material right there. So yeah. They're walking to school and the plant ghost attacks, and as everyone knows, plants are absolutely horrifying in every way, shape, and form. It's true. They could, if the plants had an actual uprising, we would all just die. Like there is no stopping plants. Like they will always come back. It's just how it is. I'm called a tree hugger, but really I live a state of fear that plants are going to come to life and I'm going to have to live urban jungle.
You should be afraid of that. Given the chance that plants will consume you whole.
Yeah. I mean, it wouldn't be the weirdest thing that's happened. So yeah, this is the episode Danny gets ice powers. It was released as Phantom Freeze, as we said earlier, much earlier than, it was released in almost a whole freaking year earlier than the rest of the series. So I should not go into that. We're going to make it quick. Okay, so Urban Jungle was released on October 9th, and then what they did for the last 2 seasons was they just aired them back-to-back, 1 episode every day for 2 weeks. It's the greatest 2 weeks of my life, and then I cried when it was over. Okay, back to Urban Jungle. Danny gets ice powers, and this plant ghost takes over Amity Park, decides that Sam is worthy to be his queen, or whatever, and basically it just seems like he's trying to manipulate Danny into just giving in, really. Which, you know what? Fair, man. So Danny escapes into the ghost zone, and he flies into the Far Frozen, which we are never specifically told whether that's where he's trying to get, but it ends up being where he needs to be. So there is that. And Frostbite helps him, basically saves his life from freezing the rest of his human life off. And basically, Danny wakes up in a stasis tube, and we find out about cores in this episode, about how different ghosts have different cores. And they say Danny has an ice core, but I think Frost might be biased.
Yeah.
Let me tell you, it was so confusing watching this when it aired because we were like, who the heck is this guy? Because Infinite Realms hadn't aired yet.
Yeah.
So we were like, Walter and I were like, is this guy a friend? Is he a foe? I don't think we've seen him. And
Yeah, I remember being confused about that too and just being like, did I miss an episode? And then there was just only that one of season 3, and I was like,
Yeah. And then we had to wait almost a year for the answer.
yeah.
Just like, what? Yeah, so I actually really do like Urban Jungle. I think Urban Jungle would have benefited from being an hour. I really do.
Yeah.
But I also think, yeah. I also think Frightmare could have benefited from being an hour. But, we can't have everything we want. But
Yeah.
since this was a special, I think they could have, made an exemption and made it an hour long. But, that's how it be. So,
All right,
yeah.
what was
Danny
Living
gets
Large?
his...
Danny gets his core. Yeah.
Yeah. Urban Jungle, I wasn't mad at you there. I was just thinking about how much I dislike Living Large. Yeah, so Urban Jungle ends. Danny gets his ice powers. He trains in the realm of the Far Frozen, returns, and has some of the best voice work of the show. Actually, I'm not gonna lie. The subtle transition his voice actor did before Ultimate Enemy and after Ultimate Enemy was the best voice work of the show. But the line deliveries when Danny is in that final battle is like, oh yeah, that's good stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. So they defeat Undergrowth, send him back to. No, they run him over with a lawnmower, get wrecked, I guess. They probably sent him back to the Ghost One. Okay, next up is an episode that doesn't exist. Then we moved on to Boxed Up Fury. Fine. Okay, we'll talk about Living Large. The guys in white show up because the Fentons have the only active ghost portal in the world, pretty much. Nobody else can replicate it. Wonder why. So they paid the Fentons an obscene amount of money for the Fenton works. And of course, I don't this episode is very out of character for everyone involved. It's not as bad on rewatch. I will not lie. I hated it when it came out. I despised it when it came out. As an adult with lots of years of experience before me, I'm very forgiving to it. I also know that this writer did not, he didn't work on Danny Phantom before this, and if he did, he's not credited. But I don't blame him. He needed... This episode ends up being very important for the finale, which we will get to. And the writer did not have the proper guidance that was needed for this episode. And I don't think he had the oversight. He didn't have what he needed to succeed.
Yeah.
I'm just going to leave it there. I'm not going to... Because I did look into it. I found it very interesting that its quality was severely lower than the rest of the series. I would say it's not as bad as Phantom Planet, but it's pretty bad. But yeah, so Jack and Maddie sell Fenton Works, because I guess. They move into a mansion next to Vlad, which is not used. We're not going to use that. We're not going to focus on that, I guess. Where Danny becomes a rich, self-absorbed jerk and just kind of ignores all the warning signs, which isn't, on rewatch, isn't terribly out of character, I suppose. He does, at this point, he's made it clear he kind of just wants to live a normal life. But he kind of, getting robots of your friends, that's just not... That's really out there.
Mm-hmm.
It really is. And so I do love the butler. I'm not going to lie. Butler makes the episode. Like, I wish that this butler was a reoccurring character. I wish we had more of him. I think Vlad needed to make this man his butler. Yes. For all we know, this guy could have been a ghost if he was working for Vlad. What an interesting concept that we never actually got to see. Okay, back to the story. The guys in white figure out how to open the ghost zone, and they're going to destroy it. And we get that interesting concept where the ghost zone is the flip side of the real world, which I guess they needed a big, I guess, forbidden planet, which is fine. It kind of makes sense if you're talking about paranormal physics, different world stuff, and all that jazz. Yeah, so Danny has to go into the ghost zone, and basically, this isn't part of the episode I like. He knocks Johnny 13 off Johnny's bike and steals his bike, which I love.
That's excellent.
And then Johnny Skulker and Johnny Skulker and Youngblood, who at this point in the series is actually very friendly towards Danny. He actually that's how it goes. Yeah. And so they stop the rocket from destroying the ghost zone, and Youngblood, Skulker, and Johnny remember that they are antagonists and go to punch Danny in the face, but he gets away, so it's okay. Danny apologizes for being a jerk. Yeah, the Fentons changed their minds because. And they move back into their house, and the episode ends. And I really, really do not like this episode.
Well, then let's move on to Boxed Up Fury.
Oh, yeah, now that's my boy. Box Ghost getting an episode.
I know.
People apparently do not like this episode. And I'm like, why? The Box Ghost gets an episode. It's everything we wanted.
Yes. Again, if you do not like the Box Ghost, catch these hands and these feet. Not the boxes. Yes. You can't stop the boxes.
No, the boxes will always come. But we also get a very interesting look into. We've been dealing with things like vortex and undergrowth, and we're talking about them being like eldritch gods kind of things. Mm-hmm. And in this episode, it is specifically stated that the Grecian gods and goddesses are ghosts.
Yeah.
Like, it is actually stated. So we get the confirmation, like it's in subtext, but we basically get a confirmation that yes, Danny has actually been fighting extremely powerful beings. Like, these aren't your regular little Joe Schmoes anymore. And of course, we never get to see the ramifications of that play out. But yeah, Box Ghost is tired of not being respected, and I am on his side. Oh, poor Box Ghost. I was going to say vengeance for Box Ghost, but I don't know if that's the correct word. Respect for Box Ghost. Respect him. And so he's like, okay, well, fine. If I don't have any boxes that can strike fear into the entire town, I'm gonna go get one. And he does the first bad thing in his entire life. He steals.
Yeah.
Taken to such extremes.
Bees in the chat for Box Ghost.
Bees in the chat for Box Ghost. Oh. Oh. Okay, so now that we've rightfully mourned Box Ghost, he goes and he steals Pandora's box from Pandora, basically. And he uses it to rain terror on Amity Park. My biggest thing with this one is the Fentons Danny's parents are kind of out of character. But, at this point, we've kind of, at this point, we've had Living Large. Can't go much worse than that, I thought, at the time.
Yeah.
So I was a little more forgiving on the Fentons, Jack and Maddie being a little out of character and willing to work along, alongside ghosts kind of willy-nilly and just ignoring the giant, terrifying ghost right in front of them when they're supposed to be ghost hunters.
Yes.
But this episode delivers exactly what it promises. It's dumb fun. We get interesting lore for the series. And once again, it's not like up there with the best of the series, but I'd say it's enjoyable and it does exactly what it does. And we wanted this episode. We wanted this episode. That's all that comes down to. Okay, next up we have Frightmare, which is actually is up there with my favorites. I actually really like Frightmare, and I wish it had been longer because the idea of a ghost that's putting everybody to sleep is just interesting.
This was the Nocturne episode, right?
Yes, this was the Nocturne, and his design, mwah,
I love Nocturne.
so good, and his voice, so good as a villain. Oh man, and it makes sense. He wants to put the world to sleep so he can have power. And once again, we get him. He is this eldritch, godlike being that, he clearly underestimated Danny, but okay, we're gonna come to the let's talk about the shipping cog in the wheel. They have the same dream. No, that's lazy writing.
You have to
I'm
understand on that
sorry.
because I don't remember stuff. You got to give me plot
Okay.
details.
Okay, I'll give you plot details. So basically, Danny has a dream that he's popular and plays football, and everybody knows his secret, and everybody loves him. And what wakes him up is he's dating Sam, and they go to kiss. And then later on, after Danny goes into Tucker's dream, and I don't really like Tucker's dream either. He's dating Star, basically, and he's super rich, and Danny is his janitor, and I'm like, really? Which isn't completely out of character, but I feel like they did Tucker a little dirty there. And then we go to Jazz, and we don't get to see Jazz's dream, but apparently what wakes her up is she's like a professor at Harvard, and she's married to Dash, and that wakes her up, which I thought was funny.
Yes.
Yeah. And then we have Sam's dream, which is the exact same dream as Danny's dream. I don't know if Nocturne is doing his own Technus shipping. If Technus and Nocturne are just in a ship war between Amethyst Ocean and Grey Ghost, but
I like to imagine that Technus is just like a normal ghost, is just like a deceased person with unfinished business, goes and hangs out with these eldritch gods just to talk small town shipping gossip. I mean,
technically, I think Technus has reached a level where I think he would be respected by these uber powerful creatures. He started as just kind of a crazy remnant ghost, but he's at the point now where he almost successfully took over the world.
Yeah. Technus, I like to imagine Technus rolling into the Ghost Council on Heelys with with slicked back hair and rolls in on Heelys with a Starbucks and go takes a really loud sip and just goes, "Hey losers, guess what I did?"
And then you didn't.
Yeah, no, and then it proceeds to explain how he almost got did get Valerie and Danny together, and Nocturne's just what? No,
you didn't.
And it's just okay, cool. I'm going to the human realm, and
my turn.
My turn. This is not going to stand. That is not the ship. It's the whole background is. It's not this major dramatic thing that's happening in the background. It's just a shipping war.
Yeah. That actually makes, because we were supposed to believe the entire Danny Phantom series takes place in a year, so it's very likely that the events of Flirting with Disaster and the events of Frightmare, only we might believe that there's only a few weeks, maybe even less than that, between these episodes.
Yeah.
Like, so it is likely, yeah, and it's like light up Sketcher Heelys.
Yeah, it's definitely light up Sketcher Heels. Listen, it's not some big dark plot going on in the background. It's just these very bored immortals that have been waiting for something to happen in their immortal lives, and they finally have some interesting things going on, and they're just like, okay, cool. It's the most aggressive game of like matchmaker Barbies that's ever happened, except it's Danny's life.
It's Danny's life. He's their soap opera. Like that, they are very invested. Yes, they're invested in the outcome of his life. They probably have bets going on.
Listen, he's their new Ghost King, but consider he's also baby.
It's true. It's true. Sassy little annoying baby, but baby.
But baby. Danny's like, I'm your king, and they're like, you're so cute.
There's that one ghost over in the corner that really ships him with Paulina, but he's like the only one in the ghost zone.
Yeah, they're just like, shut up, Steve. It's like, I think Danny should be with Paulina, and they're like, shut up, Steve. Like, okay.
Oh no, it's so beautiful. Steve. It's one of Wes's ancestors.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay, so Danny, then they go to fight Nocturne, and because shipping, I'm liking the episode less as I talk about it. I don't like shipping. I'm sorry.
That's okay. Just continue talking.
Okay. So they go to fight, and it's at a mattress factory, which is pretty good. And so Danny and Sam go into Nocturne's dream together, which was... I don't understand why that decision was made. I mean, I know why it was made, but so they go in together, and they both get trapped because apparently Tucker gets the brain cell this episode. And this is also the episode where they kind of hint at a Tucker-Jazz relationship, which I found interesting. Apparently they hit the Tucker-Sam nail on the head too early and wanted to undo it. I'm sorry. So Tucker and Jazz power down Nocturne, and Nocturne is defeated, but not before trying to murder Danny. Of course. Yes. Okay, next up we have Claw of the Wild. Our final Walker episode. I like this episode. I feel like it was botched.
This was another Wolf one, right?
Yes, this is where Wolf appears. They go on summer camp. So they're going to summer camp, and Wolf, a bunch of the students get kidnapped. We actually get to spend more time with the other students at this point, which I find very nice. I like that aspect. And they get kidnapped, and basically Danny proves to us that he doesn't sleep again, and goes out looking for him and can't find him. And eventually he finds out that little, like, big ghost monsters are coming out of a portal somewhere around. And that's when everybody gets kidnapped, and Wolf shows up, and they find out that the monsters are coming from Wolf's portal that he opened in an attempt to escape Walker. And so Danny's like, well, dang it. Walker now has all of our classmates. Oh boy. So Danny and Sam are like, okay, well, we got a plan. We got Wolf. Let's go in and try and get our classmates back. So they do. They go in, and because apparently Tucker had the brain cell again, they got captured. And so Walker, and an interesting choice I thought was, yeah, once again, Walker's in this for the long game. He knows that he's not going to be able to control Danny if he puts the collar on Danny. Like, that's not going to stop him. So he goes to put it on Sam instead, which I think was a good writing choice and very in character with the series and the personalities we've come to get to know. Wolf jumps in, saves Sam and Danny, and yeah, they escape Walker. Wolf has the brain cell this episode. They all go free. Wolf is now roaming in the real world. They close the portal with the reverse polarity of the thermos because it can do that now. It can close natural portals. And the episode ends with Danny and Sam stargazing and Tucker passing out because he deserves it.
He deserves a rest.
You get your rest, King. Yeah. And that's Claw of the Wild. Definitely one of the better episodes.
Yeah.
Once again, there's not a bad Walker episode. Like,
No.
he is just such a good villain. Like, it's very hard to botch his episodes.
Yeah. All right.
Once again,
Again, what?
Yes. Once again, the shipping bothers me in this one because it feels like they're taking the Danny Sam pillow at this point and just kind of putting it over your face and being like, "You will ship it."
Yeah.
Yeah. I like the ship, I do, but man, did they really, really want us to ship this?
Yeah.
Destabilize, our final regular episode featuring Danny's little sister and Valerie.
Yep.
Oh yeah, this is a good episode. This is, let's see, this is the best episode of season 3. Absolutely. Hands down. Everyone's in character. It's interesting. It answers questions that we had earlier in the series earlier for the entirety of season 3, and it opens up mysteries for a potential future that'll never happen. At least not yet at the time when it's airing. Yeah.
All right.
So,
give us the synopsis.
Okay. Danielle comes back to Amity Park looking for Danny because she is completely falling apart and she is unable to keep her form anymore. And she's hoping and praying he is her last Hail Mary to save her life. And so she goes and she's starving, so she turns human and she grabs some apples and Valerie catches her. But Valerie's like, gotta appreciate Valerie. She ain't no snitch.
Mm-hmm.
But Valerie senses a ghost and she goes in to save the human Danielle. And I hate that her name is just Danny with an I. It drives me nuts. She goes in to save Danny, and Danny, in order to save Valerie from the falling building, reveals that she's half ghost. And Valerie, of course, reacts like Valerie would in character. She captures Danielle and takes her back to her lab, and Vlad is like, okay, bring me the ghost girl so I can stop her from destroying me, because Vlad. And at this point, Valerie still absolutely trusts Vlad with her life. At this point, he's never given her a reason not to, at least not to her knowledge. We know as the audience that he's constantly put her life in danger, but she does not. So she does. Danny is like desperately trying to reason with Valerie, and she's like, take me to my cousin, Danny Phantom, so he can help me. And Valerie's like, oh, is this the moment I have been waiting for my entire ghost hunting career? It is, isn't it? And so Valerie uses Danielle to lure Danny into a trap. And so then Valerie captures them both, where she sends Danielle off to Vlad, and she keeps her new torture toy locked in some sort of warehouse and intends to torture him for information.
Yep.
I love Valerie. But because Valerie does have a good heart, and she's probably catching on to the fact that Danny Phantom might actually be Danny Fenton at this point, she's like, okay, fine, let's go save this ghost girl because she is half human and I don't want to be responsible for human blood. And I'll torture you later.
Yes.
Yes. So Danny and Valerie go to save Danielle. And Vlad, of course, does a little trick thing where he splits himself. One half is human, one half is ghost. To have Danny and Valerie fight the ghost. The human half gets off. Danny attempts to save Danielle with Jack Fenton's. It was like an ecto. It was supposed to destabilize ghosts, but it ends up stabilizing ghosts. So Danny used that in hopes of saving her. And for a moment, you think that they just offed a character.
Yeah.
Because Danny certainly believes that she just died. Yeah. But no, she's fine. She comes out and she is completely fine. She is solidified. And she beats up Vlad because that's what she should be doing.
Yes.
Good for her.
Uh-huh.
Yes. And then Valerie and Danielle go off. Well, Danny confronts Vlad and tells Vlad to just stay away from Danielle. Don't ever come near her again. And flies off. And we find out that Valerie and Danielle are now good buddies. And I appreciate that.
Yes.
And Valerie lets Danny Phantom go. Yeah, probably got gears turning in her head at this point. Like, it's awfully convenient that the kid that, is half ghost just happens to look like, her human half just happens to look a lot like the guy she dated.
Yeah. Yeah.
We don't know it for sure, but yeah. Valerie returns to to Vlad's house, which, if there is one criticism of the episode, it is that Valerie went back and found out that Vlad was Plasmius, because they had a setup that they were never going to ever be able to follow through on. So they just really left fans hanging with that. Which was disappointing. It would have been good if, the amount of episodes for season 3 were the same as the first 2 seasons, but they weren't. And I don't know if they knew that going in or if they just chose to follow through because this is what they had originally planned. Yeah. And then the Valerie knowing Vlad is actually a ghost. We never actually see the ramifications of that, which is something I'm actually hoping is addressed in the graphic novel.
Yeah, because she does find out, right?
Yeah, no, she watches him shift. She actually watches him change from human to ghost and call her an idiot and a fool.
Yeah.
Yeah, she has everything she's ever known thrown in her face, and we never get to see her. We never get to actually see the ramifications of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, we are just left to hypothesize, which our fandom is very good at.
Yes. All right.
Yes.
On to the last episode. We have 8 minutes to wrap everything up.
Oh boy. It's terrible. Don't watch it. It doesn't exist. The end.
I mean, again, we could actually shelve it to start out the fan theory stuff the next time.
Yeah.
Because that.
Okay. Yeah. Because we both have a hypothesis for the future that we kind of are both hoping happens.
Yes. So we could definitely. So I'd say let's wrap it up as we ended on episode 51, which is the last in character fan considered ending of Danny Phantom, and then we all collectively ignore Phantom Planet.
I'll give a quick synopsis of Phantom Planet.
Okay, 4 sentences.
Okay. Danny and Vlad have a bitch fight in space. Asteroid hurtler towards planet. We're Masters Blasters stop disasters. Should have been introduced in episode 41. Vlad reveals self to world, says, sign over the world to me, and I save the planet. Vlad cannot save planet because rock is ghost poison, and decides to spend the rest of his life in space. Danny, having gotten rid of his powers because out of character, he goes into the ghost zone, try to figure something out, gets blasted, gets his powers back conveniently. He can never get rid of his powers, is what that implies. He returned to Amity Park, create a plan, make no sense plan, because if asteroid, ghost poison, intangible, not help, because ghost poison is still poison to ghost. But asteroid go through Earth, Danny save day, Danny reveal secret to world, fans go, what the fuck?
And then
Danny and Sam are now in really what?
It's like, yeah, Danny and Sam are now in a relationship, and the show ends.
The end. What? What? All fans go, what was that? That was not good. What?
Yeah.
Yeah. All fans go, no.
Yeah, we collectively went,
No. Yeah. Masters Blaster should have been established back at the beginning of the season.
Yeah.
This is where they needed Steve Marmol. If they wanted to go this route, this is why they needed Steve Marmol. Because those Masters Blasters should have been in the picture starting episode 41 or 42.
Yeah.
Maybe even 43. Like, yeah, it should have been a slow burn.
Yeah.
But, no. The past is the past. Onward, Hiroshima.
Aoshima.
Hiroshima.
Aoshima.
Words are hard. And we did it. We got through
We
all
did.
of Danny Phantom. Wow.
It only took us 4 hours.
It only took us 4 hours.
Yeah.
But yeah. So I think with that we can wrap up for the night. What are your overall thoughts on Danny Phantom?
Everybody should watch it, and then you should absolutely eavesdrop on somebody in your college years that is also talking about Danny Phantom, and then pop up like you were summoned and say, hey, were you just talking about Danny Phantom? And they'll say, yeah. And then you say, hey, have you watched Dude, That's My Ghost? And then they say, yeah. And then go, hey, is that a Gurren Lagann bag? And they go, yeah. And then you both go, did we just become best friends? And then you, like a decade later, you are on a stream together talking about Danny Phantom, because that's how you met.
It's true. All the best friendships are made through Danny Phantom.
It's true.
It's true. It's true. Yep. Oh, man. Yeah, I remember that because Phoenix was standing in front of me because they were working the bar with Mary. And I was just talking because Phoenix is very good at extrovert, but with Phoenix, I am the extrovert.
Yes.
If that makes sense. So, yeah, and all of a sudden, this person, I heard clib as food goes flying everywhere. And all of a sudden, this person just appears, and I'm like, hello. And it was my bestest best friend, Nana, who, who was very interested in what I was talking about. And it was the first time in my life anybody had ever been that interested in something I've talked about. Phoenix tried, but just couldn't do it. By gosh, did Phoenix try.
It's true. Listen, I just...
Yeah. It was Dude, That's My Ghost. It's what did it.
Yeah, I had just binge watched that show, and literally no one else I knew had even heard of that show, let alone watched it. And I desperately needed someone to talk to about that show. And then you said Danny Phantom, and then I'm like, I'm just gonna throw it, this is what is currently on my brain. Have you ever heard of this show? And you were like, yeah, I've watched the whole thing. And I'm like, oh my God. And then I was like, oh, and an anime bag, Gurren Lagann? And you were like, yeah. And I'm like, yeah, I think we just became best friends.
Kamina is one of the most inspirational characters in life. And death.
Kamina, my beloved. Listen, it's okay.
So much. He's just such a good,
Listen, he came back to life in the greatest movie ever made.
You're right. Promare.
Yes. Listen,
Yes.
he didn't get
Listen.
the girl because he needed the boy.
Exactly. I don't know about you, but like I have not seen Promare enough in theaters, so they really need to bring it back to theaters so I can watch Promare again in theaters, because 10 times is just not enough.
10 times is just not enough.
It's just not enough.
So we're
You
gonna
know-
finish it. We'll finish our Danny Phantom stream by talking about how they should bring Promare back into theaters. And if that isn't an accurate summary of how our conversations go, I don't know what is.
Yes,
But-
yes.
Thank
Trying
you.
to pull
We
the-
can see your screen, Amy.
I know. I'm trying to pull up the I'm trying to pull up the cute little chibi Danny. It's fighting me on all fronts. There he is.
Okay.
Share.
All right.
There we go.
I somehow
Look at that
survived a
face.
16-year Danny Phantom hiatus.
Oh man. I'm very proud of this one. Like, this one turned out perfectly. Like, I might actually turn this one into a sticker, and like,
He's a little guy.
if I ever get that store up and running, I might actually put it up,
You should.
because look at his face.
Look at that cute
Like-
little face. So punchable.
Yes, it is. It is. Oh man.
All right. Well,
okay.
thank you, our dedicated chat.
Yes. Yes.
What did we? Thank you, Strubaloos.
Strubaloos. My
Whatever the heck
Strubaloos.
this was.
Yes. And especially a great thank you to Gracie K, who's made this stream excellent.
Yes.
Excellent. Yes. Yes.
And Walter for the excellent puns. We did completely gloss over the toast puns, the way to butter it up, and wow, sounds like that toast put him in a jam. And I feel like that needs to be said on stream, because
You know what? You're right. You're right. But here's the thing. I don't want to please him.
listen,
That goes against everything I stand for in life.
unfortunately, when you gained a best friend, you also gained another sibling. Another little sibling. So I hope you realize that.
Yeah. I know. I'm the oldest one in the group. That's just funny. Oh, but I guess he's okay.
Yeah.
O's.
All right.
If I have to,
I guess.
I guess.
Getting that red green reference in there.
Gotta have some red green in there. All right, ladies and gentlemen of the internet, thank you so much for watching our delightful first half of the live stream that was planned. We look forward to seeing you at next Thursday at 5:30 Pacific Standard Time, 7:30 Central Standard Time, where we will discuss the fandom and all of the great things that the fandom has done over the years. And maybe I will find the Wes post that I have been looking for 2 days straight.
It's okay. Wes will find you eventually.
He will. He always does.
He always does.
Take this as a warning. Tag your posts on Tumblr. Will I take my advice? No.
No.
But
Should you
you
listen to
should.
it anyway? Yes.
it is good advice. Will I take it? No. All right. Thank you, everybody, for watching. We look forward to seeing you next Thursday, and we hope you had a golly good time. Mwah! And yes, that joke is as painful as I intended. Bye! Okay, where's the button? End stream. Bye.
Bye.
Bye, guys. Bye. Oh, I had